50 seconds left. This is Eric Anderson in the booth with Eddie Bettinga.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, from Dallas. Coming live to you from Poker House, Dallas. Tonight, bringing another impromptu 1-500 cap cash game where a lot of these players are going to be new to playing on a live stream, so giving them an opportunity that they probably would never get in other rooms across the nation. So in just a few seconds, we'll be picking up our first hand.
Yeah, I love giving recreational low limit players the chance to be a star. You know, where everybody else is wanting to see, you know, 500, 1,000 with a $100,000 max bet. Let's switch over to the live stream now. Here, these guys are playing for 500 max bet, and we're good to go. I'm going to click up here on multi-stream. I'm going to jump on Facebook right now and share this on my personal page.
Yeah, for those of you in the chat that'll be joining the chat, please like, share, subscribe on all our social media platforms. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram. Help us get to the point where we can start monetizing this thing and making future upgrades to our live stream.
Oh man, I spent so much money today.
for new equipment.
For new equipment.
Yeah.
I got the bill for the new switch, the new cameras, the new curtains we're putting up, everything. It's going to be so fun. Let me hit share really quickly, and I'm going to go boom. All right, we got King in the box. He does a great job. Now, these players have been here since about...
some of them were here for as early as 3 p.m.
Yeah, I was going to say at 3 o'clock, we decided that we were going to host this for them. In the future, our Friday night is going to be our bigger game, our 5-5-10 with a 5K cap.
No, so it's the structure of that's going to be initial cap 5K match the stack at any point during the
5K match the stack.
Correct.
This specific game is not match the stack. Right. I don't want this guy to bust out and then buy in for 1,000 and be right back in it. I want to be more equal for these players. So this is not a match the stack game. It's a more recreational game. I don't expect to see a bunch of high-level plays, but everybody's going to have a good time.
Yeah, picking up action on the first hand. Rosie locked her up a seat. She's a regular here at Poker House, opening middle position with Queen 10. Rick 3-betting.
Jonathan smashes that flop with 2 aces. I don't blame Rick for betting. When there's 2 aces on the flop, there's less likely that anybody has one. Jonathan snap calls with trip aces.
You don't like that snap call there with 2 aces on the board.
No.
I mean, also a diamond draw as well. Now Jonathan filling up on the turn.
Wow. Oh, Rick is drawing dead.
Rick with a little blocker bet for $12. And at that point, when you get raised, you know you're behind.
165 in the pot, and he goes $12, and
it's like 8% of the pot.
How hard is it to fold right now? It's the very first hand.
Yeah, what's really funny is that's actually, if you're gonna block bet tournament, that's actually a pretty normal standard sizing if you're going to do a blocker type bet, betting like 1/8 to 1/10 plot to see where you're at.
He
maybe
did call $40.
Yeah.
And a jack is irrelevant because Rick could not have ever won this hand.
Look for the check here on the river.
If it's less than 100, I think he calls. That looks like a flat 100.
Looks a little more than that.
A little more.
125 maybe, 135.
He put a little tax on top. Craig's going to type it in.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If you know you have the board locked up, you're going to want to use a small sizing to try to get squeak out a little bit of value there.
I think he might get paid. If you don't have, you're putting your opponent on exactly an ace. He does fold queens.
Folds it face up.
Yep, correctly.
Yeah.
And Jonathan does not show. Nice hand, Jonathan. Rick, I don't hate any of the way you played that. You just ran into a monster.
Yeah, unfortunately. And typically, ace-6 suited to a 3-bet, you can find folds there. But again, in this specific cash, stakes a game 1-500 cap, you're gonna at least maybe potentially peel and see a flop.
So it's a $500 max buy-in. Matt and Jonathan both have almost $800. So they've been playing for a while before the stream started. We got the stream going at about 4 o'clock, or excuse me, we got the list going at 4 o'clock. And so these guys have been playing with each other off stream until we went live just now.
Raise it up 15.
I mean, you'll see on the screen that you're going to see everybody's hole cards, which is a decision we had made yesterday, because just the person running the action tracker and trying to keep up with the action, this gives all the live stream viewers an opportunity to see what everybody has and kind of how they're going to play their hand.
Yeah, evaluate it. Let us know what you think. I personally like seeing one card at a time, one hand at a time, but I was overruled and they said, no, I like to see everything. I want to see that train wreck coming. Like, I want to see the McCall and seat 5. Seat 5 doesn't have his name in there.
I was literally, that's what I was writing down.
All right. So now this was 15 minutes ago. I'm sure he's already fixed it by now, 15 minutes later. And we've got a like and a share from Tom Harrison. He's one of my traveling dealers who's going to be down here in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Tell him what's going on in 2 weeks.
So in 2 weeks, we are going to be hosting our 150K Daniel's birthday bash, and with a first place guarantee of $35,000. And also for those of you who like to fire multiple bullets, we are offering an additional incentive, a 3K additional bonus bag if you bag more than once. So if you do bag, you obviously take your biggest bag to day 2, and each additional bag, in addition to that, you'll get an additional $3,000. So that's a pretty meaty.
Oh yeah, $3,000. Yeah. We have 6 flights. If you bag 5 times, he's already fixed it. I looked into the future.
Okay.
So the action was a little bit behind that hand. Seat 5 hit a king on the flop, jammed all in for 388, and picked up the pot. We've got Craig running the action tracker. I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks, so I'm giving everybody a chance to train on it as much as possible until I leave.
Yeah.
Tom's coming down Thursday night. Thursday night, like in 6 days. Thursday night, you're coming down. That's awesome. I'm not going to be here, but I will introduce you to some people before I leave. Well, I'll let people know you're coming before I leave. Great.
And Michael flopping top and bottom there for 2 pair. Now a lot of the times, King 7 suited is actually one of my favorite hands. So depending on the action, every once in a while, especially in a tournament when you start early on, when you're starting 200, 300 big blinds, sometimes I use that as a 3-bet bluff or 4-bet bluff, depending on the player profiles at the table configuration, stack size, and whatnot. Captain Underpairs, hey, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining our chat. He's a regular over at TCH, and in their chats, he's a, what do they call a super chat pro. So thank you, Captain Underpairs, for joining the live stream here. Again, this is an impromptu 1-2-500 cap here at Poker House Dallas. For the record, Captain Underpairs, this is Eddie Bat. So when you see me commentating and over there on their stream, that's who in the booth over here. So again, thanks for joining in.
Cody finally has a name there in the seat 5.
There we go.
Derek Steven, what's up? Jen, watching on Facebook. Ooh, McHale. Is it McHale or Michael?
I think it's Michael.
All right.
Interesting
Michael.
checkout here.
Yeah, well, he crushes his flop.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got king high, which is the best hand until Matt hit that 9.
Yeah, and
he missed everything.
Yeah, for me, knowing that I have a lot of equity on the board, even though not being the pre-flop aggressor, yeah, I'm leading out.
Yeah.
You can set your own price.
Yep.
You know, if you get a call from there, you're really not expecting anybody to have, flush draws or anything like that, because obviously you have the nut flush draw. but also you can target specific hands specifically if your card hits. So
The 9 folds when
Right.
when you lead out here represent the ace. The 9 folds.
well, not even that, but let's say Matt did have an ace, right? And if he let out there, and the other person had an ace, if Michael hits a diamond on the turn, he can size his turn bet according to specifically target an ace,
Right.
and so pick up additional value there. So, but opts to just kind of check flop turn, and when he misses on the river, he's going to have no choice but to check the river and miss opportunity to take down a small pot there.
Oh, 75. Fold. 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 Fold.
Okay. So King is announcing the action.
And again, for those of you in the chat, Eric has already said he's going to be out of town for a couple of weeks. And so he's been training us, a number of us here at Poker House to work the software, the GFX software, the action tracker, Streamlabs. So this is all relatively new to all of us here with the exception of Eric. So just going through some test runs to make sure we understand the software and iron out any kinks and troubleshoot any specific issue that we would have. So
Low limit games, small final table of the $100 Katie's game, stuff like that, just to test so that we're ready for the $150,000 tournament in 2 weeks.
right.
I want to get as many people as possible trained in on this.
Right.
I don't want to train while we're in a big tournament.
And that's kind of what happened in the Summer Bash 100K guarantee.
Yes.
A lot of people were kind of just thrown in the fire. I kind of just jumped in here in the booth.
And did a fabulous job.
And now 4 weeks later, 5 weeks later, I'm still here in the booth. So definitely enjoy it. Brings a different perspective as a poker player myself. It kind of gives you insight into how players play. So very interesting and unique perspective on poker, observing it from the booth.
And in this situation, we're going to see a lot more players going to a flop. You're going to see a bunch of 4 or 5-handed flops.
Right. Which is pretty standard. Which is pretty standard to 1-2 in Texas.
That's what I was.
John flopping backdoor hearts, gutter to straight. I anticipate whoever is the aggressor here on the turn is going to take down this pot. Going to get probably the
Cody
fold.
just leads out, and now Jonathan bets, and Cody folds.
Yeah.
Nice. I like it. I like it. Michael Kelly liking the stream when neither one of his kids is dealing. That's different.
I would anticipate at least one, if not both of them. Here's Terrell, one of our dealers,
Terrell.
liking the stream. Again, for those of you in the chat,
Like and share.
like and share. We are getting close. I didn't know this. I was doing some research yesterday and today about the monetization aspect of YouTube, and we're getting really close to where we need to be to start monetizing. So we need about 500 more subscribers. We've already hit the required number of viewing hours. So once we get to the number of subscribers, we can start monetizing.
We might get a couple pennies on this.
Yeah.
We're putting out content, so we've got the hours.
Again, as we continue to train dealers, people in that fraction tracker, and people to commentate, we're going to continue to make upgrades to our live stream. Again, over the next 2-3 weeks, we're going to be installing additional cameras and overhead flop cam, getting some drapes to kind of drown out some of the ambient back noise and make it more of a private setting for these players.
It'll look classy.
Yeah.
It'll look really nice. Eric Flores, thank you for the like.
And J-Lo Poker in the YouTube saying, yo, what's good? Thank you, J-Lo, for tuning in this Friday evening. There's a 3-bet with the King 7 suited. I like using that as a 3-bet bluff.
52. That's a big bet.
Yeah, it's an interesting sizing. A hand like King 7 suited, it definitely hits well post flop. You block a lot of ace king, king queen type hands. Still with the best of it.
Now for Mac, if he bets out like 75, 80.
Good sizing.
All right.
About 2/3 pot.
And then let's go. Picks up a nice little pot just with aggression. Good job, Mac.
That's when you're 3-bet aggressor. Here's the thing. That's a flop that even though it doesn't hit a specific hand, he has the range advantage relative to Jonathan. And so with those low cards, Mac has all the overpairs, has all the ace-high type hands. And so even with the queen jack suited, it is a good hand, but relative to that flop and the 3-bet from a late position raise,
You really can't you can't compete with it. Louis, good. Thanks for the like.
Again, if you are a staple here at Poker House, in the 5-2, we have Mr. Garrett, who is one of our dealers here. He specifically told me that he was going to use G-Mint in honor of Garrett Allenstein. So
Cody's in the 5 seat.
Oh, just kidding. So Garrett's in the 6 seat. Sorry. So Garrett in the 6 seat in honor of the gold Garrett Adelstein Hustler Live Casino controversy. He wanted to use G-Man as his screen name on the live stream tonight. So,
all right.
Before this live stream started, I went out there and asked who's never played on a live stream, and pretty much everybody raised their hand with the exception of seat 4. So this is a new experience, a new opportunity for these players that never ever got an opportunity to play on the live stream. So I know they're very excited to play on this live stream.
Oh,
so
they literally ran up to the when I got on the mic at 3 o'clock and said we're gonna have a $500 max game if you want come, and they ran up to the they wanted to get in on that game, and they about tackled Brandon, who was at the podium trying to get on this list. It was comical.
Yeah. Interesting sizing here from Matt here. Bets 30 into 130 on a low board, but he does have the second nut flush draw on a paired board. He's just a small sizing. Look for Jonathan to at least peel one off here with the overpair to what's on the board.
Jonathan's been getting tricky.
Yeah,
he's my favorite player so far.
He's getting in the mix. Definitely would qualify for our VPIP game if we were playing it right now.
I love the VPIP game. And Ace has got to scare everybody.
It's gonna go check. I anticipate.
Oh, Matt's gonna bet.
Let's see what sizing he uses, or if he
190 in the pot. I would say 60.
No, I think if he's gonna bet, he needs to go big. He needs to go
40. He scaled it down.
Yeah.
That's a call me bet for sure. He's getting the odds. Jonathan's getting the odds. Even if you have an ace,
right.
I would have went a little higher. I thought 60 was too low, but that's what I thought he was going to do. And now it's going to go check.
I think he's just going to have to check call on this.
Yeah, he's not going to bluff.
The sizings on both the flop and turn indicate like.
Oh, he is going to bluff at it. 65. You're getting way too good of a price.
200.
Oh, yes.
And here's the thing, Jonathan smells it out.
Yeah.
When you use small sizings like that, it's because you don't want to lose your stack, but you want to try to take down the pot. And so, I think if he makes a bigger bet there on the river,
on the flop.
Anywhere from 40 to 60% of the pot, that you may get Jonathan the full, but again, indicating weakness on that. So,
Poker Canth wants to jump in on this game.
That's Kate. You know who that is, right?
I know Poker Canth. I don't think he would want to jump in on this game. I think he would fall asleep. $500 max buy-in. He plays in our big stream. But hey, come get on the list if you want to splash around with these guys. It'll be fun. Speaking of splashing around, last night we had probably the most entertaining live stream we've had.
Yeah. So you want to tell the viewers a little bit about that stream?
So I'm gonna turn these guys down for a second. I hate turning down the table, but I want to tell you about this stream last night. We had an ambassadors tournament, a tag team tournament. So we invited all of the local clubs to send over a couple of players for a $200 buy-in per team. So $100 per player, $50 re-entry. And we did a tag team tournament, but it wasn't your standard tag team. On this one, I jumped into Excel and I made a random number generator, 8 to 13, and I programmed my phone to set off a timer. So nobody knew except for me. I'd go over to my computer and I would type in 8 minutes and 12 minutes and 11 minutes and whatever it was randomly, so nobody would know what it was. If you're in the middle of a hand or whatever, that buzzer goes off and you have to stop what you're doing and swap. There was one time where a guy went all in.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna
Pause for a second.
So Michael 3-betting out of the small blind, or I'm sorry, out of the big blind to 55 when there was an open to 10 and some checks. Now, obviously flopping middle set, hoping Rosie hopefully has an ace.
Oh, Rosie represents the ace.
Now with 2 diamonds on the board, let's see if he just smooth calls and elects it. Okay, so he just elects to call there. Rosie probably doesn't not liking that. Hey, Poker Monkey, how's it going? Thanks for joining us this evening.
Oh, she's getting brave.
Yeah, so Rosie, they're continuing her aggression on the flop and turn.
I love the heart.
Yeah, and I think here, let's see if he's going to come in for the check raise or if he's just going to smooth call knowing that he has his board pretty locked up. He's going to.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. And the stack to pot ratio at that point there.
Yeah, I don't hate it because if she does have an ace, he's getting it all.
Right. So that's specifically, the check raise rip on the turn.
I think in this specific situation with 2 flush draws out there, diamonds and spades, I would just call and hope she hits one of them,
Right.
even though it wouldn't have mattered. There's our dealer, Benny Palmer. He's in Florida right now. He likes to stream.
Hey, Benny, thanks for joining in.
I love Rosie's heart.
Yeah, I like it,
If he didn't flop a set, that works.
Yeah. Here's the thing. She was the original pre-flop aggressor, so she has all the aces in her range.
For sure.
Even
He was hoping she had an ace. That's why he raised.
Captain Underpairs, thanks for a huge props for us for promoting the other local rooms. You didn't get a chance to finish the
Right. So last night we had a guy was all in. The other player was thinking about it. The buzzer goes off. Stop. Everybody got off. Everybody came. Their partners came in, and right in the middle of the hand, it was super exciting. We had the best time last night with that format. We are going to do it every Saturday, starting tomorrow, 10 a.m. $100 buy-in with $50 rebuys. Show up tomorrow. Let's have a big turnout for our first one, and we're gonna have a lot of fun with it tomorrow.
Yeah, if you want to know more of the details on it, the Odds Poker Atlas. Also, Eric talked about the Sunday 10K guarantee at 10 a.m. as well.
Ooh, that's not official yet.
Oh, just kidding. So let me back. Viewers in the chat, I'll rewind and backtrack on that.
You did not hear anything.
Yeah. So going back to our tag team tournament tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., Eric.
Yes, tomorrow we're having a tag team tournament. Come down, bring a friend, bring a bunch of $50 bills because you're going to want to re-enter this. It's going to be super fun. We are going to stream the final table.
Okay. Oh, neat.
And it'll be super fun. I love it. And,
I tell you what, I don't have a partner. I will show up if anybody wants to partner up with me. We'll partner up.
Well, it'll be fun.
So,
and I would love to play it, but I'm going to run it the first time to make sure everything's smooth and good to go.
I don't know. People may not want to show up and want to play with me, so that's fine. So,
Jonathan, he's up to $1,000 almost.
now, with that being said, this is a $500 cap, so they started about 45 minutes before. 45 minutes or so before.
About 5 o'clock.
Yeah, about 5 o'clock and about an hour before we started streaming here. So they were given the opportunity to kind of build their stacks at that point. But Jonathan, pretty much since this live stream's come, he's been kind of railroading this table.
Rick, my boy on the YouTube, says, I love PhD.
Thank you, Rick.
So I'm going to tease you guys. We have a Deep Stack Turbo tournament planned for Sunday mornings. 30K starting stack, 10-minute levels, $125 buy-in. Now, we're going to do that every Sunday after the birthday bash. But what Eddie alluded to is this Sunday, we're working on a 10K guarantee for that tournament. It's not official yet. We're working on getting approval for that. But we will have a tournament. But if we get the right things to come through, this will be a 10K guarantee. And then we will have it every Sunday after that. Deep stacks, turbo, fun tournament, low buy-in.
For the value for that buy-in, even with it being a turbo type event, that's a really good value for a $125 buy-in.
For sure. Let me click one thing really quickly. I'm going to minimize this, pull this up, change that to 0. Bink. And in 15 minutes, it will be fixed. Had to do a little behind the curtain stuff here. All right, Rick did not put his cards over the reader, so we don't see what his cards are. But Cody raises to 5. I doubt that's a raise.
Probably a straddle.
It was
Yeah.
probably a straddle, and he didn't announce it, so Craig just put it in as a raise. And then it was a raise and a re-raise, and Matt 5 bets to 55.
I think it's actual.
Queen
I
9.
think it's actually
a 4 bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although for a 4 bet, that's really small.
Captain under pairs. Yes. Once I get that official
Hopefully, we'll get it official
today, it's going to be today.
We'll announce it on the stream whether or not it's official, but it's
Yeah.
going to be an ongoing tournament that we're going to offer. So
We will have the tournament. It's just whether or not.
it's going to be this Sunday.
So, one of our standing players is going to invite a bunch of his employees to play.
Okay.
And if he gets the approval and all of them come, he wants to put up a 10K guarantee.
Oh, interesting.
When we talked about it, he was like, "Hey man, you should do this. You should have a small tournament, $100 buy-in with a 10K guarantee." I said, "Oh, that sounds like a great idea. Who's going to back the guarantee?" He goes, "I'll do it." And I went, "Oh, let's talk more."
Yeah.
And so if that's official, if that does get approved, it'll be a huge tournament. That means he's bringing all of his people with. If I don't hear back from him today, then we're going to have the tournament, but we're not going to have a 10K guarantee on a $100 tournament.
Hopefully, we'll be able to make an announcement at some point during the stream this evening. So
All right.
look
And
for that.
Again, we got a straddle and a restraddle. It says raise and 3 bet. It's not. It's a straddle and a restraddle. I have to teach Craig how to do that properly.
So Eric gonna step out and make sure he lets Craig know how to do the straddle and the double straddle. So again, it's showing that G-Man's 4-betting the 35. He's actually opening on top of the. It looked like it was a straddle and then a double straddle. So gonna open to 35. Rosie with pocket deuces +1. Alexa just called. The continuation bet from G-Man there with just pocket deuces on 2 over cards. Let's see if G-Man decides to continue to barrel. Both check turn. 7 of hearts doesn't change much, so let's see. On the specific board, G-Man has a little bit of showdown value there. Doesn't like that Rosie called the pre-flop bet and the flop bet. So if you hear a little bit of ambient background noise, it's Eric opening the door and kind of just showing Craig how to straddle.
All right, we're back. Just a small detail that annoys poker nerds like myself, and Craig just didn't know. In his mind, the pot's right. What's the problem? But in reality, it looks like they're 5-betting with Queen 9 when all it is was like a raise.
Right, and it actually affects the bet sizing. In terms, now you're playing. Now your stack is actually playing a lot shorter than it originally was at a 1-2-500 cap. So
Exactly.
instead of paying 150, 175 big blinds deep, now you're cutting that in half.
Right,
So
exactly.
It alters the strategy in terms of how you attack the board based off the flop texture.
Now, one thing that Craig did add, if you see him in the background, for the last 4 weeks, I've been holding that tablet, and he went and got a...
Looks like a music stand.
yeah, I was going to say
Yeah,
a music stand.
looks like a music stand. And I tell you, a few days ago, we ran another impromptu 1-2-500 cap game, and I was running the action tracker, and it's hard to stand for that long holding that.
It's my arms. I mean, the thing weighs like 2 pounds, but after 3 hours of that, it could weigh 20 pounds or 40 pounds, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, I'm so stiff. So Rosie checks around, and she knows her 10 is good now, so she goes ahead and leads out for a pot size bet of $20, And it folds around to Michael. That K-A misses me.
Yeah.
Michael, who turns a 5, comes along. Oh, and Rosie boats up on the river. Michael is counterfeited.
Yeah.
If he thought his 5 was good, it's not anymore.
Yeah, and so on a river bet, she knows she probably missed a bet there. Now, with that being said, he's probably not going to call a bet.
Yeah, no, he's frustrated that he's got 3 pair and it's no good.
Yeah.
Why are they chopping it?
I don't think they chopped it. Or did he?
Yeah, he just chopped it and gave him half the pot. Is that Michael in the 2-seat?
Yeah. I totally missed that. Yeah, assuming I don't know if the run out was correct.
Okay, so
If the run out was
yeah,
or whole
it's
cards were
probably
correct.
what happened was if King accidentally put a muck card over the board,
Yeah.
it read wrong.
Right.
So probably what happened is I don't even know what could have happened, but it could have been king on the turn, 10 on the river, or whatever, to give them both kings full of 10s, something like I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was actually.
He only had 8-5 though, so he had his 2 pair was bad.
I was thinking chop on the board.
Yeah.
You know.
Again, we got some new viewers in the chat. Thank you for joining us this Friday evening here at Poker House Dallas, 6:30 p.m. on a Friday night. We are streaming a 1-2-500 cap game here at Poker House. So a lot of these players are new to this live stream, so giving them an opportunity to jump in on a live stream where otherwise on other rooms across the nation would never get an opportunity to play. So giving them kind of their few hours of fame for family and friends, saying, hey, look, I'm playing on a live stream, I'm famous. So
Yeah, check it out. And a lot of these guys, when I was playing back home, if I went to a casino, I was, Poker Eric, so playing 1-2 with $200 buy-in, I was big time. And, flying to Vegas,
Yeah.
playing that 100, it was so funny. This came up in my time hop today, my first time in Vegas. I won the first tournament I was in.
okay.
$50 buy-in, $5 bounty, and I posted. I was a baller.
How long
Right.
ago was this?
It's like 15 years ago.
Okay, fair enough.
And I had $60 in bounties, and
That's 12 bounties.
first place was like $870
Outside of the bounties?
outside of the bounties.
Oh, wow.
So I was killing it. I mean, I was ready to sell my house and move to Vegas. And now I look back, and it's started at the bottom, now we here.
Right.
Type of thing.
Viewers in the chat, one of the changes we made in our live stream, just because sometimes it's hard to run action tracker when a player folds, and sometimes you don't get an opportunity to see the player's hold cards, is one of the options that we are testing out is to have everybody's hold cards showing up, and then as they fold, they disappear from the screen. So let us know what you think about that. If you like that, we wanted to give you an opportunity to see everybody's hold cards, where otherwise sometimes you don't. So
I'm going to jump on
do you
my
know if they're
face.
playing any fun game like a 7-deuce game or the
I
Jack-4 game?
don't think so.
Okay.
I think about all they're doing is straddling,
Okay.
and that's about as fun as they're going to get. So G-Man has missed all of this. I don't think he bet 60 on the turn.
Now this is tough because, yeah, you have an ace, but your two's a kicker. Now, if you're gonna have a hand like that and you're putting on G-Man on the ace, a lot of times the board runs out where it's gonna be a chop pot. So G-Man betting about half pot.
He's betting
on the river. He barrels 3 streets here, so Cody can't be liking his spot. Normally, when somebody's triple barreling, especially on this type of board texture with just ace high, I'm generally folding. Cody makes the call. Garrett auto mucks.
Wow, nice try, Garrett.
Now, if Cody's thinking he's chopping the pot, that's a good call there. But if he's potentially putting him on a bigger raise, that's a tough hand to call triple barreling on a triple barrel. Yeah, some straight draws miss, some flush draws miss, but
All right, now this is before the 15-minute delay, so this is still going to look like a raise.
yeah. So for the next few hands, if you see anything that says $5 raise, $10 raise in early position, that's usually a straddle, double straddle. So Craig working the action tracker, not doing a good job. Just again, for those of you in the chat,
Did you say not doing a good
no,
job?
doing a good doing a good job,
I
doing a
thought
good
you
job.
said Craig running action
Yeah.
tracker, not doing a good job.
So
I was like, whoa, settle down. It's okay.
Matt +1 with queens.
Yeah, he
gonna
does-
3-bet to 20 or raise a 20 on top of the $5 straddle.
Exactly, it's just a raise there. It's an open.
Yeah.
Mac's going to come along.
Now sometimes you can 3-bet ace queen.
You know what? G-Man and Rosie both with king 5 suited, both calling.
Interesting having each other's
Michael
outs.
calls with 7-8 suited, which I like.
Yeah.
And Matt's going, what's going on here? I raise it to 20 and get 4 callers.
Well, it's a 1-2. It's a 1-2 no limit Texas Hold'em in Texas. So look at this. Michael flopping gutter to straight backdoor clubs, but Matt's still having the best of it with pocket queens.
I want a $100 bet right now. 45 is too small. That's
40, betting about 40%
yeah,
pot.
He's been doing that. He's betting a little lighter
Yeah.
than I think he maybe should.
Now, in on this specific flop, if you're gonna bet multi-way,
It did work,
Yeah.
regardless. But with 4 players, if the first person called,
Yeah.
it would have just invited
Everybody
the next
to call.
person to call, and the next person, and anybody with any kind of draws, 2 overcards, anything.
and this is where your pre-flop sizing makes a big difference. So obviously he made the standard open to 20 on top of a $5 button straddle. Sometimes on a board like that, you have to be really careful c betting your entire range, because that Jack 9 board, even
All
though
right.
it's a Badoogie board,
Let's listen to this for a second. They've got a new dealer, and they're going to do a bomb pot.
yeah.
And let's see if Craig knows how to do that.
Is a bomb pot? There's actually a bomb pot.
There is a bomb
Yeah,
pot
okay.
button where
We
all
went
he
over
does-
this, yeah.
You and I did. So he should put $5 in, and he didn't do it correctly. What he'll probably do, if I had to guess, is say raise to 5, call, call, call.
Because you press, okay, so it looks like they're electing not to do a bomb pot, or they are
No,
doing a bomb
one-
pot.
The 9 seat's sitting out. Thomas is sitting out. So what I'll bet you what he's going to do
Yeah.
is he's going to say raise to 5, call, 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 call.
Did you remind King that even if they're not here for their blinds,
We'll
that-
blind him out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But in a bomb pot situation.
Yeah, you have the option to play it or not play it, but
And that's exactly what he did. Raise to 5, call, 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 call. It's a good thing that he's learning how to do this
Yeah.
now, so that he will know how to do it next week when it comes up.
Rosie flopping the best of it with top pair by the marginal kicker. No one with spade draws or anything like that. No one with real any straight draws. Michael has a gutter to a straight with an 8, but Cody's holding the 8 of clubs, reducing his likelihood of potentially hitting a straight on the turn and river.
3 players.
See what the turn brings. That's going to be a card that's going to slow down action. Yeah. I would have liked to see Cody out there. He does have the ace of spades, so he blocks the nut flush.
What was the bet on the flop?
20, I think.
Okay, that's a good bet.
Now he rivers two paired now, but some straight draws get there. Let's see what sizes he used for value.
Bet is 100.
Nice.
Pot.
Pot size bet. He's
Oh, but it's not showing the 2 boards. So it's a board.
okay.
So we're only seeing 1 board.
Okay, so another thing I have to teach him is how to run double boards.
Yeah.
Damn it, Craig. Pay attention during class.
So in like 10 or 12 minutes, you probably should walk out there and have him walk through the next bomb pot with him.
Yeah.
He's got a flush
Yep.
on top.
So somebody had a flush up top, and then it looks like Rosie had a flush up top, and
So-
Cody with 2 pair.
A couple of things. The pots are going to be way off because we think Cody won everything
Right.
when it was a chop. Number one. Number two, the button does not move,
Right.
and the computer's going to move the button, so he's going to have to manually put it back
Oh.
to the 8 seat. So we'll see where the button is. My prediction is he does do it correctly.
Okay.
That's my prediction. All right.
Gotta start off with 5, guys. 5 to come in.
Picking up the first hand after the bomb pot, hand 19 of the stream.
The button is in the 8 seat,
Okay.
just like it's supposed to be, so he did fix that. Good job, Craig.
Luke Upton saying, Cody with exclamation point. Give it up for your boy. If you're in the chat and you're watching one of these specific players, give them a shout out here on our stream, whether it's on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. I think those are our only streaming platforms, right? Okay.
Yep.
I know we're on all, Poker House itself is on all social media platforms, but from a streaming perspective, just Twitch and Facebook. I don't think we
And
get
YouTube.
and YouTube, yeah, but I don't think we get too many followers on streamers on followers for the live stream on Twitch.
Right. So,
Now, in addition to this impromptu 1-2-500 game, there is a $300 black chip bounty 3K guarantee going on. Registration, registration opened at 8:10 p.m. It's a $300 buy-in with a guarantee of 3K. And as of right now, we have approximately 11 players. So, with that being said, let me see here.
Call 10. 3 players.
We're just shy of hitting the guarantee. So we need one more player, and we're gonna hit the guarantee. So
Rick hits top pair here.
I didn't see the pre-flop action, but
$10 pre-flop. Casey, yes, this is Poker House Dallas, and we are in Dallas.
yeah. Casey, where are you watching this stream from? I don't recognize that name. Do you?
Casey Underdahl. I do not recognize that name.
Eric and I giving you a shout out, Casey, in the booth here for your comment. Thanks for joining us. Oh, and here we go.
G-Man with bottom pair, Rick with top and middle. He bets 50, G-Man lets it go, and he shows.
There you go. The percentages there. Now Cody with the chip lead here at $975. Jonathan with about 960. Going all the way down. Rosie with the smallest chip stack, about 227. Have a few players in the $400 range. Again, this is a 500 cap buy-in for this specific cash game here at Poker House. This 1-2-500 cash game is our main staple cash game here. So for those of you that want to get into some low stakes but get a lot of action, come play this game. So this is our very popular game. In addition to this live stream table and our one table of the Green Bounty chip guarantee, we also have a number of cash games going on here in our room. Approximately have 7 games going on, one of which includes this 1-2 live stream, 4 1-2 tables, and then 2 $5 bomb pot tables.
Now here, it says Mac under the gun straddle. This is where I went out 15 minutes ago and told him how to do it correctly. So now you can see under the gun straddle, and then G-Man raises to 25.
Which is correct. Look for Jonathan to either 3-bet here or just cold call. So Rick calling with King Jack offsuit and the hijack. Jonathan overcalling with pocket nines in the cutoff.
What I didn't see was Cody double straddled. So he's at the +1 straddle. Nice.
Pretty big sizing there. Trying to deny some equities, straight draw, some flush draws out there. Let's see if Garrett elects to float. Does not.
Chris May says Garrett and Rosie, they should not be allowed to sit next to each other. Neither. Rosie's not in the game.
No, she's talking Rosie, the lady on the stream.
Oh, okay. I see that.
You're
Rosie.
thinking Rosie next gen.
I was thinking next gen.
Yeah,
Rosie,
me
and
too.
I'm
I was thinking, I was like,
I was going,
not
what?
here.
I was like, is he watching a different stream? Is he watching a past broadcast? Rosie's not here. Oh yeah, that Garrett and that Rosie. Got it.
And Chris May's in the chat, one of our ambassadors here at Poker House
I'm gonna go
Dallas.
tell him how to make bomb pots. And double boards.
Okay. Eric gonna step out of the booth. Yeah, Nate. So I don't know where you're from, but in Texas, there's a lot of limping, a lot of calling, a lot of overcalling. So you're gonna see a lot of multi-way flops to the flop here, especially in Texas. So it's not too uncommon in these small stake cash games in Texas to go 5-6 ways to the flop. Us Texans, we like the action, so we embrace it. Brad's saying he doesn't know how to play poker. He's become a good friend of mine here at Poker House in Dallas, and specifically, so when he had an opportunity, I think we were going to try to do a 1-2. This specific game earlier in the week didn't get it. Just didn't work out for everybody's schedule and to line up with other commitments, tournament directing, getting somebody in the booth, getting somebody the action track. So on a flop of an ace of spades, 10 of diamonds, 9 of spades, Rosie in the middle position, going to lead up with her ace high. Pretty wet connected board with some straight draws there. Back spade draws. So Bo, neither Eric or I will be in the booth. I take Sundays off. The Next Gen crew has their own quote unquote set of commentators. It's a guy named Chris and Nick from Hazlitt House Poker. They're Dallas staple poker players as well, so they're usually in the booth. I'm in the booth about 4 or 5 days a week. Well, let me rephrase it. I'm helping with the live stream 4 or 5 days a week, whether that's a running action tracker or in the actual booth itself. So I need to take Sundays off. I actually have a real job. Not that such a bad thing to say. You know, I have a normal job outside of the poker room, so I kind of do this more just on a fun basis. So
you got a real job, sucker.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. There's going to be a lot of action on this flop. Garrett with pocket kings, Rosie with ace queen, Matt with ace king. Look for definitely some 3 bets pre-flop to happen here.
There will be blood. If I
see what sizing you use, 35, maybe 125. 185, big sizing.
Cody's covering his head. He's like, "What's going on?" He's trying to disguise his strength and limp in, trapping, and all of a sudden he gets 3 bet.
Yeah. Let's see here if Rosie's going to rip it in with ace queen. Wow. She's got so much action behind. You can't think that ace. Good fold.
Good fold.
Now Matt has to worry about Cody behind him, so he may try to isolate.
Look at both the straddle and the under the gun double straddle.
So he rips it for the rest of his stack. Wow. Cody's not liking his position here now.
Oh, he hates it.
Yeah.
How do you call
and again, you really can't when with this action going on, 10s has to fold here.
Yeah.
In a tournament, you're auto folding this hand.
Yeah, it's all of his money. He's up.
Yeah.
He started with 500. He's showing. God, can you believe I'm folding? Good fold, Cody. That's a call. Once or twice. Yep. Cody tells everybody he had 10s. He made it. He's a genius.
So they're running it once or twice. Looks like they're running it once.
I believe he said once.
Flopping top set.
No matter what happened pre-flop, this was all getting in on the flop.
Yeah.
So hands over. Oh, never mind. I thought he had a straight, but it's only 8, 9, 10 jack.
G-Man getting the much-needed double up. Now Matt dropping his stack from about nearly 800 down to about 400 now. Let's see if he tops up. G-Man was trying to make some moves earlier. Wasn't getting the card to do it, so he was using position and cards that generally block strong type holdings to make some moves. Didn't get those hands through. This hand specifically wakes up with pocket kings and is able to double up,
Yeah,
flopping
get the
top set
fold up.
against ace king, getting it all in pre-flop. So, yeah, Luke Upton, that's a good fold from Cody with that action there.
Is that dealer Luke?
No, I think his last name is like Schwartz.
Okay.
Starts with an S.
I'm Facebook friends with that Luke. I just thought this might have been an alias.
Now I gotta look. Yeah, when action like that happens, 3-bet and then a 4-bet rip, tends you're not feeling too good. It's generally going to be always a fold. Oh, that was a timer to set to go out there to tell Craig to help him out with the double board bomb pot. So for those of you here in the chat, when you heard that that alarm, that was to go out there for Eric to help Craig with doing the double board bomb pots. So viewers in the chat, tell us what you think right here. We have everybody's hole cards.
Luke Richards is the dealer here.
Schwartz is totally way off from Richards. I don't know where I got Schwartz from. But
RS.
yeah.
No, you were close.
Yeah.
Rosie with the A and the K raises to 70.
Now she with that bet size and her stack size, she's looking to get all her chips in, and maybe pre-flop. Yeah, all her chips are getting in.
Ace 10 does 3-bet, and all right, let's listen.
I think going into the flop, Rosie's going to be the overwhelming favorite. Cody does have some straight draws now. Rosie's blocking all those straight draws.
All right, let's see if
Craig knows how to run it
if
twice. Did he
you
just
can
pop
run
the
it
joint?
Bink, that's a good.
She
That's
just
a good
popped the
flop for
joint.
Rosie.
Oh my gosh!
Chop opportunities.
It doesn't.
No.
Rosie wins board 1.
All right.
All right, he gets it.
No, he this is dealer error where he didn't put the other board all the way out of the way,
okay.
so the 9 still showed up there.
So she gets there.
Yeah, luckily she
she-
won
both pop-
boards,
yeah, so it does not
didn't
go-
matter. And oh, she got there the second time with the nut flush.
Yeah. So Smoking Joe, to answer your question, love it every Friday night. I want to actually to answer your question. The answer is we don't know what our schedule is for,
Right.
for the next couple of weeks. We are going to stream a 1 to probably 500 cap once a week.
Probably Tuesday.
Probably Tuesday. We're looking for our Friday night game to be like
bigger.
Bigger game, a 5-5-10 game, kind of matches that game with some of the bigger players here in the Dallas area. The reason we haven't hosted the 5-5-10 game this Friday and for the next few Fridays, Eric, who is in the booth with me, also the tournament director here and live stream manager, he will be going out of town for 2 weeks, and we're also waiting on new additional equipment. So
Yeah.
for those viewers in the chat, I've said this a couple times, so if you hear me repeating myself, sorry about that. We will be
new people come in the chat,
Yeah,
so
so-
we have to tell them.
Yeah, we will be installing new equipment. We will be getting our overhead flop cam.
I'm so excited about
Yeah,
all
that's
this.
going to be make our stream extremely better.
Yeah.
Our overhead flop cam, additional cameras so for the table and for the room, drapes to kind of drown out the ambient noise and to give the
And to block off these people
Yeah,
walking
walking
in and
by.
out of the smoking room. And we don't need to see the tournament director sitting back there,
Yeah.
counting chips and whatever. Just all the stuff in the background, which you don't notice when you're there. This
Right.
looks like such a classy place when you're sitting here. But on the stream, you see
people walking by, people standing.
You see sheetrock, and it looks kind of, it doesn't look as classy as it really is. So we're gonna class it up a little bit and make it look nice. And it was super funny because my wife said that when I first came here 2 months ago.
Okay.
And
When she was in town, did she stop by the room? I never got a chance to
yeah,
meet her.
yeah,
Okay.
she did. You didn't meet my wife?
I don't think I did.
You'll love her.
Yeah.
She's great. Everybody loves her.
Again, Matt, using a small sizing.
Now, one thing, besides just the funness
Right.
of doing this,
Yes, he gets counterfeited there. And I think he knows he got counterfeited. Yeah.
who did?
Matt got counterfeited.
No.
He I'm
won.
sorry. You're right.
He's got three.
Three
He's
pair.
got the big pair.
I apologize.
We're good. You scared me for a second. I thought I missed it.
Announcer error. My bad.
It's all,
My bad.
everything's good. So I was one of the first people in the country to have an RFID table 13 years ago, and I would play $20 tournaments in my basement.
Okay.
Right? That's just the love of poker. before I started touring with MSPT and before I
Right.
started going on the road. And playing with my friends, I learned a lot about myself and
Right.
what I did wrong, some leaks in my game.
Yep.
And so I hope Michael goes back and watches this and goes, I'm not betting enough.
Yeah.
And he
Matt-
improves
yeah.
his game.
And this is good because
Oh, this is great for Matt. He's got 461 against Jonathan's 1K. He makes it 25.
that's a pretty standard size.
And King
To a
Jack's going to
stratified-
call with the
yeah.
hijack. Cody's calling with
Let's see if
pocket
he's going to
sixes.
re-raise it. Let's see if
Rose-
Jonathan's going to try to.
yeah.
Okay, he doesn't.
Wow. Look at all these hands that are they're marginal, but they're all good enough to call $25.
Yeah, and to be honest, aces even against 5 ways out of position, you're not going to like too many boards. Let's see what sizing he uses here.
Yeah, Cody flops bottom set. He's way ahead now with a 70% chance of winning this hand.
And so here's the thing: when you're taking a hand like pocket aces to a board like this,
you got to be careful.
yeah, when
Tread
I'm out
lightly.
of, when I'm out of position with pocket aces, sometimes if I'm the pre-flop aggressor, a lot of times I'll check this board. Sometimes I'll bet, and if I bet small. So
Right.
you know,
Blocker
65.
bet type
Yeah,
thing.
I anticipate Cody coming back over the top here
To
with a bet.
protect
Yeah,
himself from a flush draw.
flush draw.
Ace 5 lets it go. Jonathan's like, wait, I'm not afraid of this, but too much money out there.
I wouldn't be surprised if Matt got it all in.
If I'm mad, I'm getting it all in for
And he
sure.
does.
For sure.
And he gets it all in, yeah.
And
he just got
coolered.
Yeah, he was hoping that Cody was on a flush draw.
Or
Not
had
re-
an ace jack like
Yeah. So running it twice.
all right.
Cody looking to pick up. Oh, turns a boat. Yeah, Matt gonna need a lot of help. Gonna need an ace on the second board. Doesn't get there. Cody scooping up. Now up to over 1.3K. Matt getting felted. Let's see if he reloads. Pretty sure that Cody had Matt covered. Do we have additional
Who's
player?
Michael?
Michael's in the 1 seat.
In the 1 seat.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, all right. So here's what that board. Remember that I said I didn't know what happened. He chopped it with Matt, not Michael.
Oh, is that what happened?
So what happened was.
Do we have the
Craig-
accurate chip counts?
No.
Okay. So probably have Craig go out there and get,
So
get
what
the chip counts
happened was
correct.
Craig folded Matt and had Michael's hand.
Got it.
And so Michael was not in the hand at all.
Gotcha.
You know,
That makes sense.
I was like, wow, what's going on here? Matt also had a 10. That's why
Okay.
we chopped.
That makes sense.
That, you know, it just took us a while to get back to it. I was thinking Michael was in the 2 seat, and I'm going, man, I don't know how they could have chopped that board. But, yeah, it was Matt who was not in the hand at all that we were watching, and Michael had a 10 that hand. So, yeah, so the chip counts are going to be off. You can see, which also explains why some of these, oh, hey, look at porn bots on YouTube.
Yeah, we're getting AI and we're getting trolled.
Hold on, I need some love.
And Smoke and Joe, come on out, play their stream. Well, I'm not sure what day we're gonna try to do this stream. Actually, I can't confirm or deny. Tuesday, what do we have going on Tuesday night here?
1, 2.
No, but I mean in terms of tournament.
Oh, the tournament right now it's satellites.
Satellites. So well, it's gonna be tough unless Mike or Min can run the satellite and then Min can help with the stream. So
when I'm gone?
Yeah, Smoke and Joe, don't put me to this, but maybe Tuesday we'll want a 1-2 500 cap game. So I'll get somebody to announce it either on our Facebook page or on sometimes we'll start a list. So look on Poker Atlas on Tuesday. Rosie there with Pocket Kings, gonna get G-Man to fold Pocket Eights.
I'm gonna refresh chat and see if it goes away because I just went and reported it as spam.
Okay. Does it start when you refresh this chat? Does it get rid of all the prior comments?
It's gonna go
Okay.
and show us all really fast like
There
that.
we go.
So there's all of our Facebook stuff, and then the YouTube stuff will come up in a second. So these chip counts, like we said, are not accurate. And Matt, not Michael, just reloaded. Caden says Cody is a beast. There's some talking. Let's listen.
Rosie picking up some chips.
C2 calls, 3 folds,
Not too late to make it down, Caden. Where you at?
5 folds, 6 folds.
Hey, somebody may get felted and they may not reload. So let me check to see if there's an additional list for this. I don't think we have a feeder table per se, but
I think we had 3 or 4 people on the list, but
no, we have a cajillion people on the wait list.
oh really?
Yeah.
Oh,
We
wow.
could have turned this into a VPIP game.
What I should do, what I'm gonna do. It's only 7 o'clock right now. We're gonna stream for 2 more hours.
3 more hours.
Okay.
Right? Are we 9 or 10?
We'll see what it looks like.
What
at 9 o'clock.
transpires? Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
I'm flexible.
Okay.
If you guys have the desire, and
If we get our viewership up,
yeah, we'll go.
we'll go
I'm
into
gonna
overtime.
I'm gonna go tell them make that wait list
A feeder table?
actual table, and then we'll talk to these guys.
Okay, sounds
All right,
good.
I'll be right back.
All right, thanks, Eric. Eric gonna step out of the booth.
3 players, guys.
We have 3 players to this flop. And turn.
8 checks,
Rosie May with a speculative call with 5-3 offsuit on the button.
2 bets, 65.
Wow, Matt just running into it again against another set. Now he does have a combo draw. Wow, Matt gets there.
C8 checks,
Yeah, that's a tough run out for a set there. On a four pretty monotone board. Super small sizing to try to get something worse to call.
$60.
Get a good price.
C8 calls. Check the close.
Yeah, and Rick's showing the flop set. I don't know if that hand transpires any differently. Again, players at the specific stake level generally not prone to folding top pair with a decent kicker and some backdoor equity. Would have liked to see Rick get the chips in there, potentially to deny some equity. But again, I don't see Matt going anywhere with a pair and a backdoor flush shot, turning additional equity with that ace of clubs comes on the turn.
C2 calls 2. 3 folds,
Viewers in the chat, thanks again for tuning in on this Friday evening.
4 calls,
Looking to stream at least 2, maybe 3 more hours.
6 folds, 7 calls, 8 calls, 9 folds, 1 fold, C10, C10 folds, C1 folds,
Kevin Martinez, thank you for liking the stream. Hope things are going well.
75,
I'm Eddie Batinga.
C5,
So, Nate, I don't know, was that the VPIP stats that were just up? I was actually on my phone for a second, checking the wait list for potentially a feeder table. So, we could potentially turn this into a VPIP game. Now, with that being said, we're going to leave it up to the table. Whether or not, I think we're probably going to get some denials on that, knowing that they were coming into this game to it not be a VPIP game. I'm always up for a game like that. And so for those of you viewers in the chat that don't know what the VPIP game is, a couple weeks ago we ran a pretty fun game. We ran a 1-2-5 VPIP game, and what that means is those players with the lowest VPIP, voluntary put in pot, they were booted from the table after the top of each hour. So that type of game encouraged to be an action-packed table, forces you to play some hands that you normally wouldn't play, to make sure you keep your seat throughout the remainder of the night. So I probably wouldn't be able to make it through the VPIP game just because I fundamentally have been taught more GTO strategy than I am Texas strategy. So maybe I could last through it. Now, we have a number of players with some hands here. We got ace, king, Mac in the 4 seat. Cody with ace, queen suited. Probably going to get it to it. Okay, so we are going to go heads up to the flop. Interesting development here. I believe Mac 3-bet or Cody 3-bet. I'm not sure. It says that Cody. Yeah, and chip selects are incorrect. Cody, I don't know if you can call it based off action. You got to put him on a hand like ace king. Oh, with the call here now. So let's see if they're gonna run it once or twice. Back to overwhelming favor with ace king versus ace queen. Yeah, if I'm Cody with ace queen here, I believe the action was open by Cody. 3-bet by Mac to 200. Call from Cody. And on a king high board, when someone rips it, I think you have to lay a hand down like ace queen suited, because obviously Mac could have all the aces. He could have all the ace kings. Also, Cody doesn't have any spades, so he doesn't really have a ton of backdoor equity in terms of backdoor Broadway running cards, backdoor diamond draws. So would I like to see him get away from that hand? Maybe he thought he was getting a good enough price to potentially hit a queen there, a second queen, maybe thinking that if he hits an ace, his ace queen would be good, a two pair there. But obviously knowing that Mac had ace king there on that hook. Gets nicely timely double up. Matt Osborne, the dynamic duo in the booth. I don't know, Matt. I think you do a heck of a job in the booth. Yesterday we had fun in the booth. Again, for those of you in the chat, yesterday we ran a tag team ambassador tournament here at Poker House with some various local rooms to build some camaraderie in the DFW poker community. Those rooms included obviously us, Poker House Dallas, Watauga Social. Yesterday I pronounced it Watauga, was promptly corrected that it was Watauga, so now I have that corrected. Watauga Social Wild Card, which is the new room that's going to be opening in Watauga. Monday, there's their soft grand opening. The Fort and Alito and the Hideaway in Carrollton had lots of fun, lots of action. What was supposed to be definitely action-packed night, and we had a ton of fun in the booth here with Matt and myself, and at various points throughout the evening had representatives and ambassadors from all the respective clubs that showed up in the booth throughout the night. So, and a nice little steak dinner from Texas Roadhouse. So thanks again, Poker House, for hosting that specific tournament. Look to hopefully have that tournament more in the future. And we are on a bomb pot on the dealer change. Katie, one of our more experienced dealers here, and I have to catch up on the action to see what players potentially have. Rick doesn't have his cards in the booth on the.
I'm gonna watch y'all do it. I'm gonna watch y'all too.
Yeah. So on a double board bomb pot on dealer change, Katie coming in, subbing in. Let me see here the action.
He did it right this time?
He did do it right this time. So both double boards are on there.
He's had a good teacher.
Yeah.
After this hand, I'm going to tell you some exciting information.
Okay. So sounds like fun information coming up. Oh, didn't get. Oh, that's right, because you have to manually input.
You have to manually enter the top board, and it looks like a 4 of clubs. So we've got 2 4s on the top. Rick didn't show his cards.
And again, for those of you in the chat, apologies for some of these little hiccups that we're having. This is all relatively new for Craig and I, so we're trying to get used to running the action tracker, running the booth, because Eric's going to be out of town.
We're running small games right now, and Rick went ahead and mucked, so his hand is irrelevant anyway.
So it looks like Garrett and Michael chopped the pot. Let's make sure that looks like it's going to correct.
It looks like it. Let's see who's getting the money. Unless they're, I don't know what happened. So exciting information.
Okay.
We are official for that 10K.
So talk about that real quick. I'm going to step out of the booth while you talk about that.
All right. So can I use your name? All right. Jump on the stream here.
Yeah, take over the one seat.
Yeah.
It's on you.
Yeah, we're good. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the camera Armand. Right there is our camera. So if you guys are watching, you remember I said I had a player come up and say, let's have a small tournament, big guarantee, let's go. And where do you work at?
So I can't use my company name
you're not using
on
them.
live. Yeah, I can't.
All right.
I can't do that.
So somewhere in the area, he has some employee coworkers that want to play poker, and so he's sponsoring this tournament this Sunday. $30K starting stack,
Yeah, it
10-minute levels,
right.
$125 buy-in, $10K guarantee. So we had to verify and get permission that we had to make sure that he was going to bring his people in on Sunday before we decide to make that 10K guarantee. So come on out Sunday at noon. Re-entry until I think late with a 30K starting stack. I think we're going to go like till 220 or something like that with 10-minute levels, like level 13.
Yeah, and absolutely. And then we have the you actually have the $100 add-on.
Yeah, and then we're going to do an add-on at break when registration. I just gave it to you.
I don't know where I put it. I got it out here somewhere.
It's
so
okay.
That
Anyway,
may be it right there.
Is this it?
It
Right
could
here?
be.
You folded it all up?
So
no, that's different.
The thoughts behind of actually having the tournament was we were looking for we wanted something that would push the action, right?
Big stacks, 10-minute levels. That's going to do it.
Right, and I hit you with earlier. I was like, hey, you know what? Why don't we do 15K? You know, and we would have started that way. But that would have been a lot of action starting off fairly quick. So it's not it. Okay.
And we didn't know that's Danielle's birthday bash at the end of this month. So this is something we've been working on for a few weeks, and then Armand had something come up that he got pulled out of town for a little bit. He got busy, but we're super excited about it. So Sunday noon, come on down, 10K guarantee, $125 buy-in.
Yeah, the more the merrier.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun. I would just love it if you all come out and play. Now, there's going to be a bunch of recreational players,
right?
Like home game players that maybe there's a mosquito in here. You guys
I saw that. You got it
Texas?
locked in the booth with you. Yeah, there's a bunch of those here.
I'm from Minnesota. That's our state bird.
I'm a Detroit guy, so
all right. I see the Lions.
Yeah,
shirt.
we got the Wolverines, and I almost gave up my team, but you know what?
They had a rough patch for a while.
We could pull it together, though. That's we could always turn it around. So here's the interesting fact about that too. We're actually we lead the league in points per game and giving up points per game, which is
all right. It's always fun. So I'm going to turn off our camera. Just to reiterate, 10K buy-in, 10K guarantee, $125 buy-in, a bunch of recreational players coming down, Armand's coworkers, and so it's going to be a good time. It's 10-minute levels. They don't want to sit and grind all night.
I got some friends coming too. We have some bartenders that we asked to come out as well because they wanted to play.
Perfect.
And kind of, you know, some of them have never been to Dallas Poker House, so it's an opportunity for them to come out as well. One of the good things about it, which I saw on there, is that they're willing to give everyone who comes in for the first time, you get a free month membership. So saves a lot of money,
Any new
gets you
member,
active as well.
You know, you come in here, say you want to play Armand's game. New members only. We'll give you a free month to try us out. So that's a $30 value right there.
I mean, you can't beat that.
Yeah, it's excellent. I was just about to say that. I'm glad you brought it up. So that's perfect. If you have any questions, jump into the chat, and we're going to hang out here and watch this game going. Are you on a list here? I see you've got some chips here. You gonna go play?
I was actually thinking about getting at the bomb pot. No, not going to do that. I see what they...
that bomb pot is wild.
I know where that night's going to go, so waiting on the 1-2.
All right.
And then we'll see if I get loose. You know, I normally like to play loose. And we'll see how the
I would invite you into this stream game, but the list is like 15 deep right now.
I saw that. I actually saw that. I was like, okay, yeah, you know, that wouldn't be bad. Are we going to have the live stream during the tournament is the question.
We can live stream that final table for you.
There it goes.
It'll be super fun.
There it is. I'll
love
see
it.
y'all there.
It's excellent. All right. I'm going to turn off this camera so they can watch the action. You can hang out in here for a little bit. Let's see. So you see Matt called 5. Rosie checked on the flop. Rosie bet 25. Matt called. It went check, check on the turn. And Rosie just has the best hand with queen high.
Wow.
And,
She bets it.
She's going to bluff at it. She turns her hand into a bluff, and it works. She's bluffing with the best hand. And I'm going to turn up that table mic.
She has a little banter back for him.
Yep. She's fun. She's a regular here.
So we got 1, 2. It looks like what hand we're on? 35 is this?
We're on hand 35. We started playing at 6 o'clock about an hour and 20 minutes ago.
There he is.
Eddie Batinga back in the booth. I'm going to trade you places, Eddie.
We may have to go do that. Eddie, nice to see you again, Eddie.
You too, sir. Thank you for coming in the booth with us. Is this your first time ever in a live stream booth?
Yes, absolutely. I've never been in here. I've never even been, like NBC studios or anything like that. But
It's definitely a lot different from what you anticipated, than what you think.
there's a mosquito in here.
That's the same mosquito that was trying to suck the blood out. Remember yesterday from the tag team that Ashley was joking about? Interesting flop here with 2 hearts and two twos. I didn't see the pre-flop action. And Cody with the best hand. See if he's going to continue at C-bet here post-flop.
It's kind of hard to get away a bet for Rick. He had checked it.
Okay.
Gets away from him.
Yeah, with a hand like King Queen suited. Cody doesn't like this turn card now. Michael picks up additional equity. He's gonna go check on the turn, which I anticipated. Let's see what happens on the river. Another heart here. Let's see if Michael leads out for value. See what sizing he uses. Probably going to pick a small sizing like in this. Yeah, it's about a little smaller than I like to see, about 25% pot. Yeah, targeting. And that's a tip. One of the things I talk about in terms of poker strategy, when the turn goes check check and you hit your card on the river, and especially on a really connected board like this where there's some potential boat draws and better flush draws out there, you can block bet with a hand like a jack of hearts there, betting about a quarter pot. And if you get a raise, obviously you're just going to fold there. But then you can also get a weaker heart to call, or maybe even a hand that has, I think it was a paired board with 5, so maybe getting a 5 to call there. So Michael picking up some additional chips by making it a little block value bet there on the river. Like the small bet, got some additional value versus checking down. So are you on this list for this game, or are you just on the list to
No,
play?
I didn't get on the list for this one.
Okay.
I figured I would keep a low profile today.
Okay.
Yeah, so Eddie, actually, I see Eric called you up about the tournament. You're probably one of the people who inspired me to want that tournament.
Appreciate it. Well, why?
Because we were sitting outside.
We were talking some tournament strategy.
That's correct. And remember, you like to buy in late.
Yeah. I like. It's not that I don't like. It's not that I like to late reg. There's talk whether or not you should buy into a tournament early on and play against more recreational players, build up a stack. I feel just with my tournament experience and just the coaching that I have that I can register a little later, maybe with 30, 40 big blinds and make a move rather than having to play 4 hours before. So, it just poker tournament strategy is significantly different than cash.
Absolutely.
I would consider myself the style of my game. I'm very game theory optimal. That's one of the things I'm trying to learn in terms of, constructing 3 betting ranges and continuation betting sizing and targeting specific hands. Now, I mean, obviously you do that in a cash game, but in Texas at 1-2, it's very hard to get players to fold. But in tournament, they know that if they bust, they're out, and they may not be able to buy back in. And so you can make moves and be aggressive in tournaments. And so that's where my aggression, my style of play works very well for tournaments.
How do you feel about a turbo tournament? 10-minute blinds.
So for the buy-in 125 on 10K guarantee, I think that's interesting. It's interesting. 10-minute blinds on a turbo, so that's pretty quick for a turbo, right, Eric? Usually you see turbos at 15 minutes, right? Yeah. So it's all relative, right? So like if you were to go play a WSOP event, a turbo is 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 30, 40 minutes. Here in a local tournament, when I say local, a local room in the state of Texas, 30 is pretty standard. If you're there's not too many turbos that are 10 minutes long. Maybe 12 minutes. Yeah.
15 minutes,
so 15-minute turbos. So, yeah, Captain Underpairs, he's a regular chat pro here in Poker House. Well, recently in Poker House and Texas Card House. And so, turbos, it's a lot of bingo poker.
Right.
But again, with that type of guarantee and that small of a buy-in, people are willing to fire additional bullets. I'll fire multiple bullets in that turn if I had to.
Yeah, and that's what I'm hoping to get out of it, especially for, some of the people I know from the bars, some of the people I know, or we'll just say industry, or from my office or a tower next to us.
Okay.
They're more casual players, right?
But that'd be perfect for them.
Right. Versus then, but we do have some people I found out that I work with and that I know as well. They are, my gosh, I mean the level that they play on is totally different than me.
Right, and so, right. Nate does a good point. All tournaments are turbos when compared to 20-minute online levels. I definitely agree with that. I did. During COVID, I went online, and then that's pretty much that was your only option. So that's how I was getting my poker fix. Was online. Again, my game fares well better to live, whether that's cash or tournament. Again, I'm more geared towards tournament play. I'd be lying if I said that I would do well in a turbo just because of my style of play. For me, something with like a 30-40 minute blind level would suit my game better. But for the action players, I think they would really like a 10-minute, 12-minute turbo type tournament. Again, with that tournament with a 10K guarantee, $125 buy-in, correct? Yeah, right. That's phenomenal value. You're not going to see that kind of value for tournaments for that type of guarantee. So, irrespective of the structure, from a time limit and a blind perspective, it's still significantly good value. Yeah. And again, for the record, like the record places that you talked about from your work, from your building and the building next door, when I was playing a WSOP event this summer, we started at 11 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't bag till day 2 till 3:15 in the morning.
Wow.
Now, it was fun, but I wouldn't want to do that again. Definitely mentally grinding. Those guys are not going to play those types of hours. I'm okay with that. But, again, for the value for a 10K guarantee on a $125 value, you really can't beat that type of value. So
right,
yeah.
and that's what I was originally thinking, and some of the other players were originally thinking as well. And then imagine this: you have Monday off, right? So we have the holiday.
Yep.
And then the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, I know that's your team, right?
So for the record, I'm from Houston. I don't like the Cowboys, but I don't dislike the Cowboys. So for viewers in the chat, please don't unsubscribe and please don't get out of the chat. I'm indifferent towards the Dallas Cowboys. So
well, no worries.
Yeah.
I'm a Detroit Lions fan.
Okay.
I came out of Houston as well. So when I was at University of Houston, I never enjoyed watching the Texans play.
I don't blame you. They're terrible. Oh, look at this hand. So we are going to have a 3-bet pot with kings and aces versus Garrett and Brad.
Looks like he makes the 4-bet, huh?
Yeah, and
Nice.
so he rips it. Garrett's going to snap call. And this is a tough cooler spot.
All in?
Yeah.
You got to call.
Yeah, for sure. And again, out of the small blind, with the stack pots being where they are, it's really awkward stack sizes. Oh, what happened here on the river?
Got a heart draw now. Full
They
house.
both bowed up. Garrett runs it once. And it looks like Garrett has Brad covered. Yeah. What a tough spot. You think, here's the thing. I don't remember, I don't recall if there was a straddle in this hand, but, you know, when Garrett hasn't been playing a lot, I know you just jumped in the booth, Garrett hasn't been playing a significant amount of hands. So for him to open up under the gun +1, that kind of narrows his range down a little bit to some very strong holdings. And then for Brad to, again, a player that hasn't played a lot of hands on the stream, 3-bet out of the small blind, and then for Garrett to 4-bet, you just know both of those players on a collision course, with those, especially with those specific hands, and again, with them not playing any significant amount of hands. So if I were to pull up the VPIP stats right now, I would probably venture to say that they're towards the bottom of the VPIP. But what a cooler spot. I was in a spot like that this summer where I got it in Kings versus Aces. I busted out over tournament. You're just like, I'm ready to go home. So
Yeah, that kind of happened to me the last big tournament that was here.
yeah. So that's right. Did you bag day 2 to make on the 100K guarantee?
No, remember I was on the button. I had the 2 players in front of me, so I'm going last. I had pocket kings.
Okay.
They go all in. Flips over. We have pocket 10s versus pocket queens.
And you have kings.
That's correct. So I got the lead, and this is for the bag up.
Is it? Are you hand for hand pretty much?
Yeah, so we needed 2 players knocked out.
Oh my gosh.
Right? And believe it or not, on the river, a 10.
Oh my gosh. So eliminated you and Queens. What a
Right.
tough spot.
And I just had it, went straight downtown. I was like, you know what, I can't believe it. And that was the
Yeah.
last time I could actually get in and
that was
to bag.
Saturday?
That was the last
Saturday?
flight. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I remember I actually played, I qualified for 2 seats for the 150K. The first one, I snuck in with 3.5 big blinds, and I actually had, I can't remember. There was an action under the gun. Big blind has me covered. Oh, sorry. The under the gun opener had the whole table covered. Button rips it for 8 big blinds, and I have like pocket 9s in the big blind. I'm like, I have to fold here because if she busts, I sneak in. No, the next person goes bust. So I like begrudgingly fold. He had an overpair. She had ace 10 of diamonds, and his hand holds, and I sneak in with 3.5 big blinds for my first bullet to the winning a satellite seat. So that's a tough spot. Like I really don't think I'm never laying it down on the bubble. So
No, not at all. No, not, I'm not laying. There was no way, which I had prefaced before I made the call, that this is going to be a very tough one to lay down.
Yeah.
And of course,
and
I was ahead.
It's like if I'm you, I'd rather bust like 6 away from the bubble or 7 away from the bubble because you're like, okay, that's not that bad. But then when you're the legit bubble, it's the most like defeating thing as a tournament poker player. It really sucks.
Yeah, I think when I left here, when we went to the little AT&T Center. I don't know if you ever seen that with the building with the screen outside.
I haven't been really downtown that much since I've kind of moved to Dallas. So
Okay, so you got to go downtown.
Okay.
That's it. This area, I forgot what they call it. I think it's called the AT&T district.
okay.
I went down there. I think I went straight for the scotch.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Yeah, after 4 hours, I think it was either 4 or 6 hours I had played. So,
Right.
yeah, I was just like, okay, I'm mentally drained, and yeah.
I'd like to actually again.
Or I shouldn't say mentally drained. I was actually exacerbated because I
Right.
took that L. What do you do here?
So in terms of for Poker House, I just
No,
vault.
I'm in down this hand.
So this is, I like the raise by Matt here. Wait, it's actually Brad. So it's incorrect. You know, when he turns a combo draw with top pair, that's a board you could definitely lead or raise on. So yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, and that's a tough spot. I think, oh, wow, 2 pair of diamonds to get there. Puts out a blocker bet. Let's see what Michael does here. There's a lot of hands that beat you there.
Right.
I think with two, I don't mind his value, but oh, please don't bend the cards. They're $150 deck. Don't bend the cards. Good fold. I mean, there's not much you're being there. So in that specific spot, Michael being out of position and the person to lead on the river puts out a little
Temperature bet.
Yeah, block value bet to see where he's at. Maybe squeak out some value against a hand that that has an ace, but doesn't have aces up on the river. Players at 1-2, they don't have raises on the river, so that's generally never a bluff there. So he knows that either Brad, that wasn't Matt there, that Brad either has a straight or a flush there. So I don't mind the value bet. Obviously, I don't mind, and I like the raise by Brad in the 3-seat. I even like better the fold by Michael there. It's a really disciplined fold that a lot of players at this specific level don't make.
Yeah, two pair.
Two pair on that board is not that
Right.
great. So strictly a bluff catcher, and then on the river, like I said, you're not going to see a lot of those moves as a bluff.
Yeah, and I like the donk bet every once in a while, but no, I couldn't do the donk call there. Not for the ace-5. That.
Now, part of I'm not trying to give away too much of my tournament strategy. You won't see me donk betting a lot in cash, even if multi-wear heads up. But in a tournament, if I know a board favors my, like if I'm defending a hand out of the small blind, defending a hand out of the big blind, and I know a board hits my big blind defending range, I'm gonna donk out. So especially if like let's say I have a hand like King 7 suited, like King 7 diamonds, and I get a board 6-8, 2 diamonds, 10, where I obviously can turn a diamond, turn a straight. I'll donk lead that flop there. So here are the cumulative earnings here. G-Man up 600 with that big double up aces versus kings.
What did it have here? Was that a 500 cap on it?
Yes, this is a 500 cap. So again, this is our normal game here at Poker House, spread out. So I think when I walked out while you two were in the booth, I counted, including the feature table, live stream table, 6 tables of this game, 5 tables. Right. A couple of bomb pot games and a 30-60 mixed game. So we got about 8-9 tables going with 2 tables for this 3K black chip bounty guarantee. So pretty busy night on a Friday night, 7:30. Got about, including tournament tables, about 11, 12 tables going. So
yeah, I was actually I like that when I came here. It's starting to get busy.
Yeah. So tell us, did you tell us a little bit what you do for a living?
Yeah. So I have to be non-descriptive on I can't go give you the specifics, but
Fair enough.
Essentially, think of Uber.
Okay.
And then imagine to be able to do that with staffing.
Gotcha.
Say if you're, your facility, or you just need extra workers, or whatever the case may be, you can go on your phone.
Right.
From your phone, and you can post a shift.
Okay.
You have about 5-6 requests come in. You choose who you want to come in and go from there.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it's company's growing. There's a bunch of these technology platforms that are out there as well.
So are you a tech guy?
No, I have the background of data analytics.
Okay.
But I'm on the sales. I'm on the revenue. So I take the risk. We're the crazy people running around there.
I get it.
I always say we're the special forces of the company.
No, I mean, you have to have you type of employees in order for the company to grow and expand. So.
And then if you really think about it, it's an element of risk in there, and there's a lot of upside.
Okay.
As far as going into sales, so you have the pressure of you have to meet the goals.
Right.
And then everything's unknown because it restarts over.
Right.
Whether it's a monthly or whether it's a quarterly, it restarts over for you, and so you got to start back from there. So I kind of think sales and poker kind of go hand in hand in that regard. Yeah. So.
And Matt in the 2-seat going to raise the 20. He's had a tough night.
You know what I like? Actually, we can't see Jonathan's cards.
Yeah. Should have us on the reader. It doesn't. I don't know if it is on the reader.
So how long have you been doing the live streaming here?
So our first, well, let me backtrack. So we had a 250K free roll back in February. I was not part of that live stream team, but when they had the 100K Summer Bash guarantee, I'd just gotten back from Vegas playing 2 months of WSOP, and I was kind of tournament fatigued, but I was like, maybe I want to play, maybe I don't want to play. And I said, hey, I'll jump in the booth. So I jumped in the booth. We had 6 flights that tournament, very similar to the structure that we're having for this 150K Summer Bash guarantee.
Right.
So let me jump in the
We got a
booth.
top pair.
Yeah. Jump in the booth, and then I literally commentated the whole tournament till 3:30 in the morning, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So
How many cups of coffee do you normally drink?
normally probably 2 or 3 a day, but I think that day I had like 6 to 8 for over like a 16-hour period. So it was fun.
Are you a creamer type of dude?
What's that?
You a creamer type of dude?
Yeah, like it depends. So yeah, but I don't like it too super sweet. So this has just like 2 or 3 pumps of French vanilla. So, you know, just to get a little kick and get me through the evening.
Nice. Yeah, I saw Eric do the same thing when I came in. I'm like, okay. All right, it's my turn to go out there and play. Thank you for
Yeah.
having me on.
Absolutely.
Everyone, please feel welcome to join us.
So for those of you in the chat, this Sunday we're going to have a 10K guarantee, $125 buy-in. Right? It's going to be a turbo tournament. 10-minute blinds.
10-minute blind.
10-minute blind. So yes, it's a very, very fast structure, but for that value, you really can't complain. So come on out this Sunday, 10 a.m. here at Poker House. Try to get you some of that guaranteed prize pool.
And then don't forget, there's you can do a $100 add-on if you like.
Oh, because they're okay, perfect, even better. So look for Poker Atlas to have the details. Look for our social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, to describe the details of that tournament that's coming up Sunday. So again, thank you very much for jumping in the booth with us.
Okay,
Good
Eddie,
luck
I'll
out
see you
there.
later on.
Build that stack up so you can use some of that to play on Sunday. This is Eric Anderson back in the commentary booth. Thank you, Armand and Eddie. So I did post it on Facebook and Twitter. $125 buy-in, 10K guarantee, 30K starting stack, 10-minute levels. On the break, you can come in for another $100. The entire thing goes to the prize pool, and get 45,000 chips. So hypothetically, if you wanted to come in at 220 at level 13 when we're at 5, 10, and 10, you can sit down with 75,000 chips for $225. That's only 7.5 big blinds, so I don't recommend it. I want you to come in earlier, but you can. You can if you want to. So come on down Sunday. So all right, so let's see if Craig can fix this one. He's got, we have a new dealer in the box, and instead of putting the top board on top, he put it on the box and then slid it up.
Okay.
So it's all messed up, and what we see here on the board is actually a mixture of the top board and the bottom board. So I don't know what card goes where. And the it wasn't programmed as a double board, so it's just a mess. This is what we call growing pain.
Right.
And we definitely have our growing pains here in the booth and on the tractor.
Yeah,
So.
for sure. And Ben Palmer says the dealer is hot, and he must be talking about Joel here with that red beard.
Yeah. 100% talking about Joel.
I mean,
Has nothing to do with Katie. So.
so I have no idea what happened on that hand. We're going to call that growing pains and a learning experience. And that's why we're doing it on 1-2 game on a Friday night. We're not doing it at the final table with $100,000 on the line.
Right.
We're learning right now.
And again, this specific stream gives us an opportunity to work out our kinks here in the booth on the action tracker, but also gives an opportunity for these players that have never ever played on a stream before, and probably under normal circumstances, the other rooms, not being able to afford a 5K buy-in, 10K buy-in, or may not make a final table of a multi-flight, $700, $800, $1,000 buy-in tournament. This gives them the platform to play on a live stream, because as a recreational player, which I would have to believe that a majority of these players are recreational players,
If you're playing 1-2, you're not. You've still got a day job.
You're right, and so just to get the opportunity to play on a live stream, even if it's a small live stream for 4 hours, you're gonna take that opportunity, because you may not get that opportunity ever again. So
Yeah, it's super fun.
G-Man running hot now after you missed the hand while you were out of the booth. Got it in. He got it in aces versus Brad, or Jeep is his name on the stream. Brad versus Kings all in pre-flop. So Garrett getting a much needed double up was kind of running cold at the beginning of the stream. Now picking up steam.
Who's Brad?
Brad's Jeep's 3-seat right there.
Oh, Jeeps. Okay.
Yeah. So that's a real name. So again, as everyone knows in this stream, that on a cash game, we give the players an opportunity.
Some latitude.
Some latitude for the name. Now, we definitely don't let them do that in a tournament, but for cash, we let them have a little fun with their names, assuming it's appropriate.
Well, yeah. Why does he like Jeep?
I have no idea. I don't even know if I'm assuming maybe he drives a Jeep. I don't know.
Fun fact about Jeeps. Do you know why it's called a Jeep?
I don't.
So it was originally designed in World War II.
That makes sense.
And it was called a general purpose vehicle. So they called it the GP, and they just abbreviated to the GP. And so when they made it for not civilized, what am I trying to say? Civilians.
Yeah, civilians.
When they made it for civilian
Consumers,
use, they still wanted to call it the Jeep, but they spelt it phonetically JEEP instead of the GP.
That makes sense.
So yeah, fun facts. My head is full of useless fun facts.
Dude, if you ever go on Jeopardy, that's a really good thing to know. I mean, now I know.
I crushed Jeopardy.
Yeah.
For fun facts.
For fun
Current
facts.
events, I don't have any idea what's going on right now.
The coin flip situation on this flop, Matt flopping a gutter to a straight, but also backdoor hearts.
Yeah, he needs a 9, a 10, or a jack, and
Yeah.
he's just going to pick it up because Rosie has ace high, which she lets it go.
Yeah, not much on that board for ace high. Rosie electing to fold. She's been kind of up and down this stream. Had a couple of spots, picked up some chips, lost some chips.
She's making moves. I love
Yeah.
it. She's playing fun. I want to play on this game.
Yeah.
It looks like a fun time.
You know what? One day you should play on the stream.
I'd love to.
Yeah. Are we going to get an opportunity to see the V-pips? Oh, it's after 20 hands, it should be popping up, right?
It should pop up, and we've got it set to every 5 hands.
Yeah,
And every once in a while, I have to tap this button. Another exciting thing, our new ATM switch might not have this problem because we're replacing our HDMI cables with SDI cables.
Yeah.
Bunch of geek stuff that you
make the
nerds are
quality
going
for sure look better,
to be
right? Yeah.
excited about. The quality should be better. Running signal over 50 foot of HDMI cable
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
decreases the quality.
Right.
Donna, good night. Likes the stream. Thanks for watching, Donna. So jump in the chat and tell us who you're rooting for.
Jonathan was really active early on. In
Yeah, he was.
In the street, kind of slowed down, not getting a lot of cards, but picking up ace-jack offsuit in the hijack, making a big bet, getting some people to fold, picking up about $40 on that pot. Small pot, but maybe a little momentum. going forward in this stream. Luke Upton rooting for Cody.
Yep. No.
Yeah, Cody had a tough hand earlier when he got it in all in on the flop versus Ace King when he had Ace Queen.
Rick in the 8 seat, he got dealt some beats. He's down to 100. Excuse me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's the board said he's down to $120.
Let's see if that's correct. Yeah, he had that tough hand at the beginning where he had queens against Jonathan on the button with A6 of clubs, and Jonathan flops trips at the beginning. Donna rating for Grozy. Yeah, Luke definitely could have found a fold there on that. There's not much you're beating in that board, and you don't have enough backdoor equity to continue, with just ace queen.
Rosie calls $30 on the straddle, the double straddle actually, so that makes more sense. She was in for 10 already, and so she calls the extra 20 with 8-5. She's in bad shape right now. Nate says he's been at 120.
Okay, so he's talking about Rick.
Yep.
Can't see his stack. He's got it covered up, so. Yeah, it hasn't had the best of streams, and it has nothing to do with his play. Just hasn't been getting a ton of cards, and when he does get the cards,
He has more. He has closer to like 300.
Yeah, he has about 300. He's got a lot of green chips in there, so he's got about 312. Looks like 315, 312, 317.
Yeah.
Range.
And Cody in the 5 seat doesn't have as much as the computer thinks he has.
Okay.
So Cody, it says he. So possibly next dealer change, we should do that. You know why they're off? Because they're running double boards and stuff like that, and he's not. Yeah, Luke says the mic went out. Well, we hit mute because we had to have a little side discussion.
Yeah.
The equipment's working.
Can you hear us now, Luke?
Yeah, we just had to have a little conversation about what we should do on break. And the problem is, in a tournament, every break we update the chip stacks.
Right.
There's no break in a cash game.
Right.
So
much fluidity.
It's going to continue. Oh wow, Cody's got the gut shot, straight draw, and the flush draw.
Matt's
got top pair. He leads out for 25. Cody's check raise or just call. What's he gonna do? See, it says he has 600 there. You can't see, but he's only got about 400.
Yeah. Matt now with trips on the turn.
Cody still has 33% with needing a 5 or a club that's not the.
Let's see what sizing he uses. He's been using some pretty small sizings. Again, on this board, it's a pretty wet board. It uses a small size, 40 in the
160.
No, but it's 40 in the 160. It's a 25% bet. Yeah. On this type of board with this action behind.
Yeah, you don't want to price these guys in.
Yeah.
And Rosie, she's calling with just, it's not going to work because Matt's got a boat. He's got top boat, so that's not going to work.
Yeah. I think he's just going to smooth call here, hoping to maybe get Cody.
Hoping Cody comes along. No, he's going all in behind. Oh, no, he said call. Cody does fold because he had 9 high.
Matt getting a gift there from Rosie.
Yeah. She laughs about it, and here you go. Here's. So did she just buy in for another 500?
Yeah, looks like she reloaded.
Yes. So she grimaces and goes, "Well, that didn't work. That didn't work as planned."
No, that's the thing. So when you're playing at this level, one of the things that I'm working on my game. As each street comes, you should be able to narrow your opponent or opponent's range down to not necessarily specific hands or specific holdings, but generally, okay, this person looks like they're on a flush shot. Maybe they have a piece of this board kind of thing. So on a board like that, multi-way because there's still 3 ways. So I'm not jamming there even as a bluff, because somebody there may have a piece of that. Now with that being said, I like her. I like the aggressiveness. I like the action. Yeah, and so.
But she's representing the exact hand that
right.
that Matt had. So, any plans for Thanksgiving? I'll be in Minnesota.
Oh, so you're gonna be there? Yeah. I'm either gonna be here. Okay, so Matt picking up some cards, and I was running a little rough earlier on in the session.
He's good now. What did he reload for? A full 500?
I'm not sure.
Well, he's up to 773 now.
Yeah.
So
I definitely know he's reloaded.
This is bad for Rosie. She's got top pair, and she called 23 from the big blind. She likes defending.
Yeah.
So she calls 23 from the big blind.
Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh, it's River's boat.
A boat.
What? I'm confused.
Did it really just go check, 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 check?
Wow.
She won the minimum.
Yeah, Matt losing the minimum there.
Matt just smiles at her like, I had 2 kings. You should have all of this.
Yeah.
He's here.
And again, Rosie losing some value out there with a river to boat. Would have liked to seen her at least lead the river for value.
It was a tilt call.
Yeah. I made a few tilt calls in my day. What about you, Eric?
Oh, for sure. I usually make tilt shoves. Oh, now Michael with the jacks. Are you visiting your family members in Minnesota? Yes. Yeah, Nate, what happened? Luke, correct. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, my family's still in Minnesota. I moved down here at the beginning of August. I'm going to be flying home and spending the week with them.
Yeah, Rose is losing some value on the hand, but again, I see this a lot in 1-2. Players like to try to quote unquote get trappy.
Yeah.
And either they trap themselves by getting sucked out on, or they trap themselves by trying to slow play something and they lose value.
And the Kings, great job by Matt for just checking behind with Kings.
Yeah.
How does 2 pair get no value? She had a boat.
Yeah, it was the boat. She rivered a boat.
She turned trips and rivered a boat.
Yeah.
And got $0 out of Matt because she didn't bet it. I think he's calling $100 at least with 2 kings against her after she just punted to him the hand before.
Again, G-Man, this is the hand. Michael opens up +1. G-Man 3 bets pre-flop with ace deuce suited on the button. I like to use that hand sometimes as a 3-bet bluff in late position. Now flop some equity with backdoor wheel draw. Again, Michael with the overpair. Look for this. Let's see if G-Man uses that king as a stayer card, sizes up. Let's see if he's going to double barrel. Looks like he's going to double barrel. Michael can't like that king. Again, I'd like to see Michael call another street here, knowing that there's only 1 overcard to his pocket pair of jacks.
Almost 200 in the pot. G-Man makes it big, 160. He does not have the same problem Matt has. He's going to put the pressure on Michael. That's tough.
And again, G-Man has like all the ace kings here.
Yeah.
Right? With
Michael check calls.
And again, Michael, let's see if Michael can sniff it out.
Jacks are so hard to play.
Post flop, yeah, especially with so many cards that hurt you. Michael's unblocking all the ace kings, all the king queens types.
Oh, he does get away with it. G-Man, well played. And he doesn't show the bluff. He might need that later.
Yeah, and again, on that flop, he continuation to bet small, which is, quote unquote down betting, what have you. Again, that's a board that doesn't really favor your 3-betting range on the button. Now, when that king comes in, he sizes up there to kind of represent a king and blow Michael off a hand like 9s, jacks, maybe even queens. But I think if he had queens, I think that hand's a little too strong to fold.
Right,
but
I agree.
Jacks, again, with that king coming on the turn, it's a good fold there.
Mm-hmm. I agree with Nate in the YouTube chat. He says after you just punted with air, the next hand you river a boat, you look super tilted when you jam the river. I agree. I think,
yeah, that's a good point.
Against the same person too.
Right. So those back-to-back hands between Rosie and Matt.
She should have got the full double.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Nate.
Maybe not the full double, but definitely at least lost you know, some
And now she
significant
has queen, queen. Let's see how she plays this one. In late position, she's a button now.
Now, I will look for Rick to get into this hand with queen jack suited in the small blind. He hasn't had too many hands since his pocket queens on the
And-
first hand of the stream. So
Now remember, it says 116. He actually has closer to 300.
that's true. So he's definitely going to call here.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate the kind words.
Yeah. Rosie making the comment that he's concerned that Rick hasn't been playing any hands. So for him to call late position raise out of the small
He
blind.
does flop an open ender. He's not getting away from this.
Yeah.
Ace or a
Rick
nine.
with the snap call. I really don't like. I think one of the things I've been taught. One of the things I pay attention to at the table for timing tells.
Timing.
Yeah, timing tells.
Oh, Michael's still in too, so we didn't see that. Jonathan is out. Michael's.
No,
all
I
right.
think he's just going back and redoing the track.
So Joel has to hold on for a second so that Craig can catch up with the action. Now he's going too fast. He's gonna jam up the video, but he's trying to catch up. That was 15 minutes ago.
Just kidding.
So we still don't have Matt's hand.
Does he show the bluff?
We don't know what happened.
Yeah, it looks like he bluffed there on the turn on that board, assuming that the board's correct.
This
Yeah, you can't like that flop with pocket queen.
No, no,
especially
no.
against Rick that hasn't played many hands.
Yeah.
So he's got all the aces, got all the kings, you know, representing base, not necessarily just for him calling out of the small blind, but again for him not playing many hands. And the first hand that he played was pocket queens, and he showed pocket queens and made the correct fold. So Rosie was concerned that since he hadn't played many hands, that he had an ace or a
Yeah.
king, and so got her to fold pocket queens.
Rosie's VPIP is 52% right now.
yeah.
Jeep down there at 14. Mac and Rick at 32.
Yeah.
This is a
Rick hasn't had too many hands to play, so it doesn't surprise me that his VP is below 20%. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that wasn't Rick. That was
Jeep.
Yeah.
Jeep in the 3-seat. General purpose. Michael with pocket fives in the big blind.
I think Rose just likes to gamble.
Oh, she's here for a good time.
Yeah.
She might not be here for a long time, but she is here for a good time. Somebody just threw her $5. I don't know what just happened.
I think she raised in the cutoff and whatever, and then some
Doesn't
people-
matter.
Yeah.
Next. Oh, it might have been the big blind just threw her $5. Let's hear it. Okay. And Jonathan in the 9-seat has just over 900, and the computer thinks he has, I think, like 1,100. Yeah, so he only has 900, just over 900. So that pot is wrong. So these stack sizes are estimates.
Approximately.
Yeah, we call them rough guesses.
Out of curiosity, so, you know, I tried to run the action tracker on
Yes.
whatever day it was. If a player adds on, it's
How
going
does that affect the cumulative?
winnings?
Right. So here's the
I
problem.
just thought about that.
Like, let's talk about that after this hand. This is
Okay.
going to be a nothing hand.
Maybe, maybe not. Let's
Well,
see.
Mac's done with it.
Well, Rosie has a gutter to Broadway, but also has
Backdoor flush.
backdoor nut flush needs running diamonds to get there. So let's see what happens on the turn.
Did Mac call 30? I can't see his
I
cards.
don't see how he can call 30 based off this action.
He did.
He
Oh
folds.
no, he does fold. Okay, that's what I would have expected.
Check, check.
You know what we can do? We can move that flop to the did he have sixes right? He would have rivered
Yeah.
it. He would have rivered it, but he can't call that.
Yeah.
So check. His jack high is good.
Yeah. I'm watching some of these players and the way they're holding cards. I'm like, oh, it's $150 deck. Don't do that.
Be careful.
Be careful. When he was in the booth,
Cringe.
I'm like, I cringe. I was like, And again, for those of you that don't know, those RFID cards, they are not cheap. They're like ridiculously expensive, just because of the technology embedded into the card itself.
I'll have this over here in 15 minutes.
Okay,
I'm going to move this so we can see the more of the stream.
you gotcha.
So in 15 minutes, we're going to move the flop and the board, the community cards, to the right-hand side instead of right in the middle.
Gotcha.
So we can see the people.
And we're getting trolled again by these adulting websites.
Yeah.
They must know I'm single, Eric.
I mean, well, you got to quit responding to them.
Right.
I go on there and I report everything as unwanted pornographic spam, and they just change their name and come back at you.
Nate, very expensive. I don't know if you were talking about these adult websites or if you're talking about a hand. I'm not 100%
Both.
sure. It's both. Yeah, that's true. Definitely.
He was talking about the RFID cards.
Oh, yeah, the
very
RFID cards,
expensive.
yeah. So you were not talking about these. So you can't see, obviously, what we see in the chat.
No,
but-
he's in YouTube. He can see all that.
Oh, that's right. So he can see the spamming, yeah.
Yeah.
So Nate, I wasn't sure if you were talking about whatever, that specific adult website or the RFID cards. Yeah, the RFID cards are ridiculously expensive. Cody with a gutter here.
And hard to get.
G-Man gonna push middle second pair. Is Matt gonna float with ace high? He's gonna float with ace high. Interesting call here. Very speculative. Brandon Perry liking the stream. Thank you very much. Oh, and G-Man drilling it on the river. Let's see what size he uses for value. If he's gonna go for a small sizing.
Well, he bet 20 and then 70.
Yeah, let's see who bets
So
like 75 dollars.
120. Ooh, bigger.
Yeah, but 40% pot.
Good work. Good work.
Well, that's more than 40% pot. 60. 55% pot.
If Matt called with bottom pair, no draw.
Yeah, he can't like that 9. Board pairing.
Really? He's going to hero this off with bottom pair? Get me on this table.
Yeah, me too. Eric, I'm gonna have to buy a bullet.
Oh, wow. And he just goes, I thought you were bluffing.
Yeah, and so
I could beat ace king. Well played, G-Man. Up to almost $2,000, $1,800.
yeah, and I think he had to add on just before we went live with the stream, so I think he was maybe
He might
stuck.
be in for a dime?
Yeah.
Or for 1,000?
No, I don't think he's in for that much. I think he was up. So
Okay.
going back, he was on the regular floor before we threw them on this live stream table before we started streaming. He had a decent chip stack on the regular floor, came over here, and I think he got down to maybe like high 300s and then kind of topped off right before the stream to get to 500. So making some money here, getting some value.
So he
there
didn't
with-
go full broke and then buy a full
Right.
buy on. He dipped a little bit and then added it.
Yeah,
and
just
then
topped off.
And then topped it off. Got it.
So now sitting at what looks like
It says
1.5,
18.
1.6?
It says 18, but we know these stack sizes, they're not accurate. So actually 18 is going to be close.
Yeah, it looks pretty close.
5, 10, 11, 12, 13,
No, that's
14,
pretty close. That's
15.
probably- it's pretty close.
It is close. It might be 18. That might be one of the stack sizes that is correct.
Let's see with Garrett having the pretty big chip stack of lead over the table. See if he uses those chips to his advantage. Starts pushing the table around. Definitely going to call here with pocket 9s. Probably going to go heads up to the flop.
Matt hits second pair with a 7, but he's way behind G-Man's over pair, and Cody has 2 over cards to the board.
I'd be very surprised if Matt called 7 deuce on the button. Ton open. Oh, so he is, and he calls with 7. Okay. Brings in a straight now. G-Man's double blocking the nut straight, blocking hearts as well. See what sizing he uses.
Right. Max got a gutter, bottom pair.
Bet 65, about half pot. Good sizing.
I like it. We do lose Matt
Lose both of them.
and Mac.
Again, Garrett putting on a show now up to about 1.9 or so, give or take. Just getting close to the 2K mark.
And he accidentally pressed call instead of fold. So we are on to the next hand already. G-Man, 1900. That's 27% of the chips in
Yeah.
play. Rick down at 182. He's actually, we know he has closer to 300. Rosie 379. I think that's accurate because she got a full 500 when she
She
failed
reloaded.
that bluff.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like she fully reloaded. Or pretty close to fully reloaded. Coded Jack 10 suited. Just lots of limps, I guess. Maybe there was a under the gun. Oh yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I think
Rosie straddled.
under the gun.
That's
So
a
double
plus-
straddle.
Yep, double straddle.
Yeah,
plus
and
one
definitely.
straddle.
I like Cody's raise to 50 with Jack 10 suited to some
In the
limp
big
spot.
blind for
Yeah.
sure. Pick up a lot of dead money, and it gets through. So he makes $36 without a flop.
Yeah, the correct bet there. Good sizing.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Pre-flop raising. Michael about 25. G-Man 23%. Rick.
Rick's been handcuffed the whole
Yeah,
game. He-
very handcuffed.
You know,
Very little pre-flop raise. I think his only pre-flop raise was the queens
probably.
at the beginning of the stream.
Yep.
So I think a lot of these players are going to go back. They're going to look at how they played. They're also going to hear our commentary in the booth, specifically on the hands that they played.
Our phenomenal commentary.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but they're going to go back and say, okay, I missed this spot, or I sized this
Right.
wrong,
And
or-
this makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, I never thought about it like that. Here we go. Rick with an ace queen. We're going to bump up that pre-flop raising
Let's
statistic.
go, Rick. +1 makes it 15. On I think
Rosie straddle.
Yeah. I'm still getting used to having
Yes, everything.
Yeah,
And-
all the
right.
players' cards. So I'm trying to go through everybody's cards to see where everybody's at. And tell us what you think about that. A lot of streams across the nation kind of just have the hand that a player is playing rather than everybody's whole
Right.
cards. So one thing we want to try tonight,
Oh,
Rick flopping
so-
top pair.
He bets 15. Very small bets.
Yeah.
Very small bets. She finally lets it go for the 30.
Yeah, and she knows that Rick's not playing hand, so when he
No.
raises pre-flop and he bets flop blitz turn, he's pretty
He's got
nutted.
it,
He's
got
pretty
it.
nutted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Minimum ace queen,
Yeah.
top.
I think if she's playing against maybe Garrett, playing against, Matt, Cody, she may continue on the turn there. But against a player like Rick, against a player like Brad in the 3 seat, she's probably not gonna continue with her entire range.
Right, I agree.
And again, this is all these players for the most part are recreational players, so they're going to make the typical mistakes that you see at this specific level. These are a lot of mistakes that I was making early on in my poker career.
These are mistakes that I'm still making.
Yeah, and so a lot of people are asking, why haven't I moved up to 2.5 or 5.10? I still have some leaks that I need to plug, and if I need to, I want to plug them at 1.2 where
Yeah,
I
when
don't
I'm-
get beat up.
When I'm going to punt 500 instead
Yeah.
of 1,500.
And again, let's go to this hand. Cody with ace king suited on the button, gonna raise it to 25. Probably gonna take down this hand.
No, just picks up $9.
Let's make some $9 again.
Shows the ace king suited. Like, look at that. I always have it.
Yeah. And so,
You prefer cash games or tournaments? You're a tournament player.
yes, I like tournaments.
The strategy.
The strategy, and again, I'm still considering whether or not just to go ahead and make the leap to 2.5. But the thing is, like, a lot of these rooms are, a bigger buy-in, which is fine.
So the thing about Texas is 1-2 plays like a 2-5 in the rest of the country.
Yeah, and 2.5
plays like a 5-10 in the rest of the country. So, you're basically these guys just play a little bigger down there.
Yeah.
Everything's bigger in Texas.
That's true, and so pots are bigger, sizings are bigger, And so I feel like I really want to plug my leaks at the 1-2 level, make sure I'm getting maximum value where I'm getting maximum value. Now, there are some spots that I'm potentially trying to bluff at, but it's really hard to bluff at the 1-2 level because players don't like to fold bottom pairs.
It's no fun to fold.
Yeah.
You saw Matt call down with bottom pair against when he was up against trip nines.
Yeah, against Garrett when he had ace 4 and Garrett River trip 9. So, you know, sometimes it's hard to navigate at the specific level, but I like playing it because I'm plugging leaks that holes in my game that I think that can really propel me once I commit to the next level.
I have hardly played in the last 3 months because I'm always working.
Yeah, you know, I was playing 4 or 5 days a week. I think since I really committed to helping you guys with the stream and the tracker in the booth, I'm playing like 1 to 2 days a week now.
Yeah, because you're in here the whole time.
Yeah.
I brought that up the other day on the stream when I said you volunteered and we just locked you in. Did you even get to play the summer jam?
I did not.
Not at all.
No.
I didn't think so.
I sold my seats.
Oh man.
That was fine. It's like to be frank, I'm glad I sold my seats because I just gotten back from WSOP a couple weeks before and I had tournament fatigue.
Oh.
So I was going to try and grind cash, and now I'm just sitting here and commentating cash and tournament. You know what? I enjoy it. I joke that it's positive EV in the booth. I'm never losing money in the booth.
Yes.
But I try to squeak in a couple hours before I commentate, and depending if it's a Friday or Saturday, I jump out there after the stream and play for a couple hours. So, I'm still getting my poker fix. This actually helps my game as well, and anybody watching it, this should help their game if they're paying attention and analyzing players how they play. So, Chad, tonight is not a VPIP game. Tonight is just a regular 1-2-500. Again, this specific stream was kind of an impromptu stream. Eric's going out of town for a couple weeks, and he's our live stream manager, and so he's going to be leaving the reins to myself, to Craig, and to Min. And so we're all just kind of getting practice in the booth, getting practice on the tracker, getting practice while Danielle, Matt and Eric are out of town. So again, Craig on the tracker, me in the booth. Yeah, Bobby Boy. It was just, I wasn't mentally focused. I wasn't mentally. I took a couple weeks off, actually. I mean, when I say a couple weeks off, I took a couple weeks off from actually playing. And so, hand developing here with Mac with King Jack suited in +2, Cody in middle position, just electing the call to open from Jeep. So I'm not sure the pre-flop action was correct. I don't know if a straddle was missed or whatnot, but. Chad, you playing the tournament tomorrow? You playing cash tomorrow? What are you gonna play tomorrow? Assuming Cody has ace king here, I think he's gonna have to raise here to deny some potential equity. Cody just electing the call here. He does have this king of spades blocking some backdoor spade draws. Chad, let me double check if we're streaming cash tomorrow. I'm unaware of us streaming cash, to be honest with you. I'm kind of unaware. Oh, wow. Big bet on the river here from Mac. Overbetting pot? 390? Wow. Putting Cody in a tough spot. And this is, again, one of the mistakes that you see at 1-2, trying to slow play hands, trying to get trappy. You end up getting yourself trapped. And so, assuming the cards are correct, he's going to, he has to lay this hand down. Yeah. In theory, it's a good fold, right? But again, when you played your hand the way you did pre-flop by just not 3-betting pre-flop, you put yourself in a position to where you can't do that. Yeah, so Chad, I know you were re-invited from last week's game. For some reason, I'm not 100% positive we are streaming those. So I will double check with Pedro. I will double check with Eric when he comes back in the booth. It's just myself in the booth. Not tonight, just right now as we speak. I don't put together the streaming schedule. I just show up and they say, hey, can you run the tracker or can you jump in the booth? So whatever they need me, I just volunteer my time. Yeah. You know, again, I said this. Getting to work with the coaches that I specifically have and getting to study, you know, I get to learn some spots where I made some mistakes. Yeah, and so, you know, when I was playing more from a recreational standpoint, I found myself trying to get trappy or limping aces or, you know, not leading turns and not check raising when I should and losing hands that I probably normally would have played. And now I know, now that I play a certain way, wouldn't have played a few months back and just, you know, not losing them. So I think Eric's stepping out of the booth just to make sure chip counts are correct and make sure some of the stats are correct. Again, here we go with Garrett and Jonathan over 1,000. Rick and Cody and Rosie below 300. Some middling stacks between Matt and Mac. Again, Garrett started this feature table with 500. This is a 1-2-500 cap. So pretty much quadrupling his stack from the beginning of the stream, just over 2 hours into the stream. And viewers in the chat, let us know what you think about how us showing everybody's whole cards rather than just one at a time. One of the problems that we have, you know, when we're running the action tracker is we're, you know, theoretically supposed to let 2 or 3 seconds go by before we hit fold. The problem is the action gets so fast that we don't want to fall behind. So to mitigate that, so we get a chance to see everybody's whole cards, we're showing everybody's cards. So let us know what you think. If you like that feature, also if you look at the stream, at the bottom right, we have the game, the stakes. Before it was at the bottom, so we moved to the bottom right. Just trying some new things out with the stream. G-Man raising ace queen suit under gun plus 1 to 10. He knows that size is not going to get folds to a $10 open. Yeah, Lego, on the cash games, we're definitely going to get the pictures. On the tournaments, if it's a final table, we're definitely going to get the pictures in and seat numbers in. Now, if we run that VPIP game, we may or may not get the pictures in, especially if we're rotating 2 to 3 players per hour. But for this type of game where we're probably not going to rotate players out, Michael 3-betting with 30 to 35 with the King Jack offsuit. G-Man coming back and 4-betting out of position to 135. I like that sizing. I like the 4-bet. Ace Queen is a very good hand to 4-bet bluff with. Blocking a lot of properties with pocket aces, blocking pocket queens, blocking ace king, blocking king queen. I like the 3-bet from Michael though with King Jack. It's a hand that doesn't play well post flop. So yeah, good. You know what? Even though Michael thinks that was a tough hand to fold, I think both players played that hand spectacularly pre-flop. Okay, thank you, Chad, for that. Definitely taking into consideration. Again, trying some different things out. Again, when we run this game again next week, probably going to run the VPIP game. We'll probably shouldn't commit to that on the stream, but probably going to run the VPIP game while Eric's out. We'll see how that goes. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But I definitely know that's become a popular demand game here at Poker House. Again, for viewers in the chat, 8:30 p.m. on a Friday evening. Thank you for joining us again on this impromptu 1-2-500 cap game. Yeah, Chris, definitely for do the VPIP game half seat numbers, yeah. what's great, like this specific group of players, I've seen them at the club multiple times. But last Saturday when we did the two, was it 125 or 25 VPIP game, I didn't recognize a lot of the players. So, Hayden Fortini in the chat. I think you're waving. I'll wave back. Right now in the booth alone, running the show. Craig running Action Tracker. Not a lot of action this evening, but again, this is a 1-2 game. Our most popular game here at Poker House. Right now, I believe, I'll check Poker Atlas. Having we have 9 tables going right now. One specifically, this live stream table, 5 1-2 tables, two $5 bomb pot tables, in one 25-50 mix game where we're playing various games like Deuce to 7, Triple Draw, Dramaha, Badoogie, Ace to 5, all the horse games. Hayden, I actually do know of any good adult dating sites. If you're asking for a friend, if your friend is looking for love, the actual... Oh no, Eric deleted it. Boo. It was definitely a different website tonight, Hayden. But it looked promising. Just as promising as the stream from Wednesday night or whenever it was. So I think I can fall in love with either tonight's dating website, quote unquote, or Wednesday's dating website. Michael picking up middle pair here with 9-8. Matt has overs. I'm going to fold here. Rick's got a gutter here. Let's see if he decides to peel one. Hasn't played a lot of hands. Maybe getting tired of not playing too many hands and wants to see if he can drill a jack on the turn. It's definitely a face card. Oh, turns top pair and decides to lead out on the turn. Oh, what happened? Bets 40. Oh, okay, I thought he reshipped it. I was confused what happened. So Chad, okay, so Craig's running the tracker right now, and I think he's just really focused on getting the action correct. So every 5 hands, you're going to see this specific, not this specific, you're going to see a different statistic pop up. So right now you're seeing aggression frequency. So every 5 hands, a new, outside of the chip count stack, you're going to see a new statistic where that's cumulative winnings, aggression frequency, pre-flop raising, and VPIP. So in the next 10 to 15 hands, you're going to see the VPIP. So again, trying out some different things, trying out some different settings, see how we like it. So we're going to watch this stream tomorrow, or at least portions of the stream tomorrow before we stream. Again, I think we're streaming. Chat, I don't want to promise you anything that if we're going to stream, I know we're going to stream the final table of the $280, $7,500 guarantee, but in terms of a cash game, I'll double check. Eric's still not in the booth. It's just where cheating happened between Robbie and Garrett. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Daniel. I mean, I know what you're talking. I know you're talking about Robbie Garrett's debacle. It's definitely at Hustler. Think Craig backing up the action tracker to make sure to getting the action correct. Oh, people talking about being fish. Gonna turn up the table top. Daniel Roberts, thank you for subscribing. Again, for those of you new in the chat, please like, share, and subscribe to all our social media platforms: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. We are very close to monetizing our YouTube page. In terms of hours watched, number of views, we actually meet that criteria. But in terms of subscribers, we need 1,000 subscribers in order for us to monetize our YouTube channel. So we're about halfway there, which is pretty phenomenal considering we've only been live, quote unquote, for a live stream for about 3.5 weeks out of the last 5 weeks. We had to take about a week and a half off. So we're getting close. So with your help, we can definitely get there soon. Oh, Daryl G just subscribing. Definitely going to bump up the subscription list. And chat, that, you know, I definitely agree with that. We have awesome dealers here, staff. So thanks for coming out and playing. We definitely look forward to you to coming out and playing. Again, I can't leave the booth right now because I'm the only one here. But it's, oh, Eric jumping back in. Let me double check. Eric, Chad was, I think, the individual. That wasn't you. That was in the booth with me. That was Matt. Chad came by and he gave us like 2 green chips that I ended up giving to the staff.
Yes.
Just to like say thank you. And
Yes.
So really nice guy. He wants to know if we're doing the VPIP game tomorrow. I told him wasn't sure.
So, what did you think about the VPIP game, Chad?
Yeah. He played it. He played in it.
I know
Yeah.
he played in it. He crushed it, and then he got kicked off because he didn't play for a little bit. The thing about the VPIP game is it's fun, and we do it to give the most amount of people the opportunity to play. And that was the best way. 40% or better should stay. That's what we are discussing, where if everybody's over 40%, nobody gets kicked off. And I do like that. So if you're all giving action, you know, and like I said, that was our first time doing that. We could have done it better, and we will do it better. I do like the idea of everybody with less than 40% gets kicked off. Instead, I mean, because if you've got 50%, you're seeing half of the hands. That's huge, and you get kicked off because you're at a table full of maniacs. That's not great. How does a straddle work with VPIP? When you straddle, it looks like a blind, so it doesn't count towards your VPIP. So you're better off not straddling when we are playing the VPIP game, because you don't get credit for putting in your $10 in the 2-5 with a $10 straddle. You don't get credit for that because it looks like a blind. So pro tip, don't straddle, limp in if you want to keep your VPIP up. Now we've got a hand here. Jonathan with ace 10 flops top pair. Matt's got 2 7s. Cody's got 2 5s. Rosie's got middle pair backdoor flush draw. But I do like the idea, Chad, getting back to what you said. We'll take the lowest VPIP, but if you're over 40, you get to stay. I do like that idea. So Cody, Matt bets 20. Cody makes it 60. Folds around to Jonathan. I do love the button straddle. You just don't get credit for it. Jonathan calls with top pair, top kicker. Matt gives up his pocket 7s. I wonder if Cody... Yes, Lego. So did I. I tried to, I corrected Chris Mays when he said Rosie shouldn't be sitting next to G-Man. And it's a different Rosie and a different G-Man. So Jonathan just piles all in, and Cody's lets go of his 2 5s. So Lego, good to have you in the chat. I'm going to tap that mute button for just a second. Don't be afraid. All right. Eddie is back with me. He had to get a refreshing water. Do you like?
I had to use the restroom.
Did you? Well, I went with he had to get a water.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I did get a water for
do
the
you like
record.
the cold water or do you like room temperature?
It really depends on what the temperature is here in the booth. If it's hot, cold. If it's cold, then I'll just get room temp. It really fluctuates. So
I just drink room temperature water. It's so weird because
Yeah.
I drink everything else is cold.
yeah.
Wow, nobody has diamonds except for Matt with the deuce. He has the only flush draw.
This is definitely going to go check on the flop.
Yeah, for sure. Checks around. Jonathan has the best hand with second pair, no diamond. Rosie is in Vegas,
Frankie was here this morning.
and Matt gets it with his six high flush. There's a three-way tie for second place.
Now, with that being said, you know, Matt's been using some small sizings. Like this is a board. Even having a small diamond, you can put out a blocker bet here, a value bet to see.
Oh,
if
it
you're
is a four-way chop with the
Yeah.
diamonds on the board.
Oh my goodness.
I was just gonna say there's a three-way tie for second place if the board diamonds out.
Yeah, Chad, I had a chance to talk to Frankie a little bit this morning. So, you know, I have I own my own business, so I'm able to like kind of work from anywhere. When I got here, Frankie had just gotten here, so we chatted a little bit while I was working. Nice young gentleman and very, very knowledgeable in the game of poker. Very knowledgeable in the social media platform. I know a couple weeks ago, Frankie and I think it was just Frankie that was showing us how to.
Yeah. Schedule YouTube videos.
Schedule YouTube videos, how to make some thumbnails, how to make playlists in YouTube, and kind of once we get to that point where we can monetize a YouTube channel, kind of some of the like administrative rights settings. So for Eric and I, like me being a CPA and doing numbers, and for Eric being a tech guy, not necessarily like social media platform,
Right.
it was definitely information overload. So,
Yep.
but definitely a learning experience.
And I'm old. I'm
getting there.
Facebook. You know,
I'm Facebook
I don't
too.
do that TikTok and cool kid stuff.
Yeah, I can barely handle Facebook. So anything else, any other social media platform is too much for me to handle. People ask why I don't have an Instagram and TikTok. I was like, I can barely keep up with Facebook. There's just no way I can keep up with additional social media platforms.
Is Snapchat still a thing, or did that fade out yet?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't use it because, Rosie comes from behind, but Max got the nut flush draw. Lego says I avoid TikTok. It's basically spyware. I've heard that. I don't. That's not why I don't use it. When I go look at it, I get annoyed and get off my lawn. I'm just that old grumpy man type of guy.
Yeah. Now this is bad. What I'm about to say. I hope I don't get in trouble for this on the stream. Like, so I see it's not that bad. We'll find out. But like sometimes I see these TikToks and I click on them and I'm like, how do you have a following? You have zero talent whatsoever.
Yeah.
You have zero talent. You just put on your makeup or you just dance in a circle. I'm
Yeah.
like, you literally have no talent whatsoever. Like, I wonder what's gonna happen.
Why are people looking at this?
Yeah, I was like, if this goes, downhill from a social media platform, I was like, I don't think you're gonna succeed in real life.
Yeah. Real life
That's-
is going to be rough for you.
Like, not to be mean, I'm just like,
This is
how do you like? I just don't get it.
No, I agree.
Did you know that the Next Gen's TikTok page is the most followed
Poker page.
poker TikTok in the world?
I was talking to Chad Holloway today. Chad Holloway,
Poker News, right?
he's a big shot over at Poker
Yeah.
News. And I told him, he's like, hey, how's it going? I worked with him with MSPT for years. We
Yeah.
traveled around. And he just reached out and said, hey, how's it going? How you liking Texas? How's the new job going? And I was telling him the stuff we were doing and the big tournament we've got coming up. And, we got the next gen poker guys, the couple of TikTok kids. And he goes, oh, I'm very familiar with the next gen poker guys.
Right.
I was like, nice.
I think when I talked to Frankie this morning, I know they have relationships with poker coaching, I believe with Brain Fuel. GG. They're not ambassadors of GG, but I forgot affiliates is I think was the word he used this morning. Some other affiliate branding. So I know out of the group, Frankie's the only one that's pursuing this full time. Rosie works as an investment banker or finance in the investment banking industry. Jack is in a graduate school, I believe, and the Frankie's the only one pursuing this part time, at least for now. So on a 4-club run out, Matt getting the best of it with a pair of kings that he rivered on the river.
Yeah, no betting at all.
Yeah,
Make $16. Now there, you see how the ghost is there?
What ghost? Oh yeah.
What happens is sometimes when the action tracker hits back too fast or check, we already fixed it.
Okay.
That was 15 minutes ago.
Gotcha.
So what happens is the HDMI that I was talking about, we're replacing with SDI cables.
Right.
It freezes up the signal in our ATEM switch, and right now it's locked on 2 cameras. And 15 minutes ago, I looked down, saw it locked, I hit the button and fixed it. I don't know how long it was locked before I fixed the button, but
Yeah.
that was a long time ago. So
I'm not gonna lie. I'm in the 2 seat. Like lately, I've been in the 1 seat here in the booth. I still don't get used to looking down at this specific board and seeing
I
if
stare at it.
Yeah, do you really? I'm so engrossed with the poker or just talking in general that I just fail to look at, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, this camera's been stuck for about 17 minutes now.
Yeah.
Probably.
And then by the time you fix it, it's 15 more minutes.
Yeah, and then I finally get a comment, hey, comment stuck in seat 1 and 2, and I'm like, crap, but reset it here in the booth. So getting a pretty decent turnout here on a Friday last minute live stream.
A fun little recreational game.
And again, this is, had some viewers leave, jump on. This is kind of like a practice stream for us here in the booth and the action tracker.
Rosie's got this board covered. She's got a pair and the open ender. G-Man's got the gut shot, and Max got bottom pair. She's just going to bet 40 and pick it up. Nice hand, Rosie. Yeah, for a live stream that was not supposed to be anything tonight.
Yeah.
We're glad you decided to join us, guys.
Especially on a Friday night. I'm too old to go out anymore. Now I'm just feel like, hey, do you want to go out?
All right.
I'm like, nah, I was just going to go commentate.
So
Lego, what's for dinner?
all right, Lego. So here's a spoiler. With a new dealer, we do a double board bomb pot. This dealer accidentally puts one of the cards on the top board over the reader. So I'm right here walking by. There are going to be 4 cards on the bottom.
Oh.
And nothing on the top, because you'll see Craig trying to enter the card, the 3 of clubs, I think it was, and he can't do it because because it's already red on the bottom, which is why this hasn't refreshed yet, because I'm not in the booth. So
Gotcha.
that's all Eddie's fault.
Hiya.
So beef patties from a meal kit. All right, let's go. I want to be. Oh man, we had some good. See right here, that card accidentally gets into the bottom a little bit, so it thinks that 3 of clubs is on the bottom. See how it's a little bit too low, so it read on the bottom board.
So you need to do it like significantly higher.
Significantly higher, so it doesn't get over there. Now, right now, Craig should be stopping the action to fix it, but he's just trying to fix it, and I looked at it and I see it's wrong. Hold on just a second. Hold on just a second. You gotta get back, Craig, because he's got that bottom card. So he has to back all the way out of it.
It read the 3 of clubs on the bottom board. Just hold on for a second.
It's okay. It happens.
Yeah. That's the thing. If you're not used to dealing on a live stream table, you have to be really, as a dealer, really very conscious about, not necessarily your pitch itself, but where you're pitching, and make sure you're not doing it over the RFID.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
What was the action starting with?
and Craig doesn't want to interfere with action. He wants to fix it on his own, but you can't because it's such a snowball.
Yeah.
That by the time he fixes the flop, they're already on the next hand.
Yeah.
So you just have to take control of the game and say, this hand's gonna be about 1 minute longer than it should have
Right.
been because I have to fix this.
How much is that? 100?
So G-Man has a flush draw on top. Jeep has a
Middle set.
on bottom. So G-Man calls the extra 80. He bets 20 with his flush draw.
Yeah.
Jeep makes it 100. He calls.
G-Man's definitely going to check unless he gets there on the, uh-oh.
And we have to manually type in the top one. And he's going to bet 200.
200, 260. That's a really good size. That's a really good sizing.
I like it.
Now he actually does have he does have a gutter to
A 5.
to a 5 on the top board, assuming it's correct.
And if he's wrong, he picks up the bottom.
Now, actually, and that's a good sizing here because if G-Man doesn't have a lot to call with, he can scoop here.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
that's what he
exactly what
does.
happens. Yeah.
Yep.
And, so I joke with some. I say joke. I probably shouldn't be saying this. Like a lot of players play these bomb pots incorrectly.
Yes.
They'll overvalue a specific holding, or if
Right.
they think they're going to chop. Sometimes if I know I have a board locked up, I'll rip my whole stack.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll rip my
Okay.
whole stack. I'll rip my whole stack. Let's say I have a boat right
Okay.
on one board, and I know I don't have anything on the bottom board.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to put the player in a tough position
All
to
right.
call.
So here's that's one strategy.
Yeah.
Now watch this. I walked into the booth. I'm gonna look down, see the board locked up, and hit it. And these cameras are gonna be fixed now.
Okay.
But the other strategy, let me turn this down for just a second. Let's say there's 3 players in, and I know I've got one board locked up.
Yeah, 3 players definitely.
Now I don't want to raise
Right,
because
right.
I want to split the other person's. I don't
money,
want
right.
to. I don't want to get it all in with one player and chop it. I want to get it all in with 2 players,
Right.
and the winner and me will chop up the third
Agreed.
player's money.
100%.
I made that mistake on your birthday, and Kim's like, "Why are you raising?" I was like, "Well, because I got the top board." She goes, "And you got no money."
Yeah.
I would have called if you hadn't raised, and you could have chopped
Yeah.
up my money. And I was like, "Oh, well, I'm not very good at this game."
Did you just learn some of those games that night?
I'd learned all of those games that night.
Yeah, and for the record, I knew how to play all those games. I just don't remember that night, my birthday night. So it was a good night. Thanks for coming out for it.
It was a great night.
Yeah.
I had a great time. You know who was the big winner?
The dealers.
The dealers.
100%.
Melanie, their chip counts are not correct. Good eye, Melanie. And again, if you're just joining us, my name's Eric Anderson. I typically run the live stream, and I'm leaving for 2 weeks. So we are doing some impromptu games where we grab a table and say, "Hey, you guys want to be on the stream?" We're going to make it small, friendly, recreational game, $1 $2 limits, $500 max bet, and Craig set up everything on his own to make sure he could do this when I'm gone, and he's running Action Tracker, and he's just learned how to run Action Tracker a little bit ago, like last week,
Yeah.
and so he's making mistakes, and he's learning, and he's getting better. So yes, the chip counts are off.
And Melly, a lot of people, we get comments about, this and that or the other. This is my first foray into the live stream.
It's way harder than you think.
It's significantly harder than people think. We did a training, again, Eric said he's going to be out of town for a couple weeks. And so myself, Craig, myself in the booth, Craig, who's running the Action Tracker, and Min, who's actually running the floor for
The tournament.
For the tournament tonight, we did about a 3 or 4 hour training Tuesday or whatever day it was to kind of learn how to literally start the stream from scratch, set up the tickers, set up the names, set up the chip counts, set up cash versus tournament, blah, 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 blah. And I can go on and on. But the nuances in terms of having to run their stream, Action Tracker is the most important thing in a live stream, especially with this, making sure the action's correct, making sure the chip counts are correct. And so, I kind of put myself on the on the spot saying, "Hey, I know we just learned this today. Let's run a stream tonight. Let's see how I do." So
That was Tuesday.
yeah, was it Tuesday?
Let's just do a 1, 2, $500 max bet, and they had a blast, and it was
Yeah.
fun, and you learned stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know how to straddle. I didn't know how to do the double
Yep.
board bomb pots.
And they're
so-
the camera's fixed now.
yeah, there we go. For those of you in the chat, gonna go 5 ways to the flop. Texas heads up.
That's the first time I've heard that.
Texas heads up. Oh, and
Rosie with the king, Mac and G-Man both have a queen. We got, how do you pronounce that? Drake? Drake Milk?
Huh? What?
It looks like Derek Milk, but Drake.
Oh, yeah.
D-R-Y-K.
I actually didn't see that.
It's D-R-Y-K.
I think here Rosie's gonna need to check raise. I don't think she has an option. It's a really connected board with straight draws, with flush draws.
I do like the check raise.
Yeah.
Rick bets 10. G-Man raised it to 30. Now I just stick around and let Rick bet at it.
No, I think she's gonna make it 125. She needs to size to 125.
She's going to lose them both. Good bet, 130.
Yeah, good sizing for a check raise.
Yeah.
And Rick knows he's not good here. And G-Man's got to think, okay, Rosie check.
Does she have a better queen or
Yeah.
does she have a king? Either way, he's out.
Yeah.
Here you go. All done.
Yeah, good fold. And again, you're not going to check raise on a very wet board like that without a king at minimum.
Yeah,
So
unless you
G-Man,
just crushed it.
G-Man raising that again. Rick makes it 10. Bets the flop. G-Man Garrett raises it to 35, and then she comes back over the top with a check raise. So
Fold.
Yeah, fold definitely. So we got a little bit of value there with the check raise. Got some chips,
Yeah,
but
she got an extra $30, $40 out of it. 10 from Rick and 30 from G-Man.
yeah.
Ed says double boards, kind of cool. How often do they play? So here at Texas, in Dallas, Texas, at Poker House Dallas, we run the double board PLO bomb pots. Every time the dealer pushes in, they give you the option, do you guys want to run a bomb pot?
So you actually said PLO. So when we're playing 1-2 hold'em,
Yes.
we don't do PLO bomb pots.
Oh.
They're hold'em bomb pots on every dealer change every
Okay.
half hour.
Okay.
But Ed, we actually, for the DGen Texas poker players that we actually have what's called a double board PLO bomb pot table here in the room. So basically, how that works is if you're familiar with it or unfamiliar with it, each player gets 4 cards or 5 cards, depending if they're playing the 4 or 5 card variant, and the dealer puts out 2 boards on the PLO bomb pot. So some of those games, $5, $10, ante pre-flop. So, but on our staple 1-2 500 cap game, on the dealer change, we treat their double board hold'em palm pots. So
What is Rosie doing here with King High? They're chopping it.
yeah,
Oh, bet it, Rosie, bet it. I love it. $55. Good job.
gets them off a chop. Good bet.
That's what she's doing. She checked, then she called, then she bet and picked up a nice $68 added to her stack. When I'm a hold'em player,
Yep.
right? I want to play PLO, but I don't want to go play PLO with a whole bunch of PLO players.
Yeah.
So the first time I actually played PLO with people, like not on my app, was when I was down in Houston when I first met you 2 years ago. And I don't want to.
Houston,
Yeah.
Texas PLO is different.
I didn't want to play PLO with a bunch of PLO players.
Right.
And be the fish. But if I'm playing Hold'em all day, and every orbit we would play one hand of PLO double board
Yeah.
bomb pot, and I'm like, okay, I can play PLO with these Hold'em players who also
bad.
don't know how to play PLO.
Yeah, they're bad.
And I can do that. So that was my first experience with double boards and PLO in a live setting. And man, that's action packed when you're playing Hold'em all day.
Yeah, I don't want to get too in depth on the strategy of PLO bomb pot boards, but like a lot of these hold'em players on the flop, they have.
Oh wow! Speaking of the flop,
Yeah.
Jeep he's got a check, right? Check
Yeah,
call.
he's gonna check call.
Hope that Rosie hits something. She has top pair, but I don't know if she's gonna bet it. Or
He could bet for value because he knows that Rosie's sticky.
yeah, she might just try to blow him off a flush draw. Good job. Nice.
Yeah.
check.
I think either against a player's profile like Rosie, I think betting or calling is fine there.
I like check, call, bet river, big.
See, definitely not gonna be action killing card. She
Yep.
still has stop pair. She can bet a little bigger to deny some equity against.
Nice. I love it. 75 call.
See if he's gonna come back over the top here. If he's just gonna call.
No, just call. Now,
Let's see what
bet
happens.
100 on the river, 120.
10 of clubs.
I like check, call, bet river.
Yeah, I take two lines here, right? So you can check knowing that there's no overcard to a jack. She may check the river. He's gonna bet
Yes, 200 is a little bit much.
275. Yeah, that sizing's too big.
Yeah.
Having both the ace of spades and the king of spades is not good because you know that Rosie can't have the second nut flush or second nut flush draw. So,
Now she's laughing about it.
Yeah.
She's like, really? Did you just trap me? Or are you bluffing because you missed your flush draw? I mean, I call. Yes! Oh, man, he got paid way bigger than I would have tried
and I think he took that specific sizing
against her.
against her, knowing that she likes to get sticky. She doesn't like to fold. So I don't blame the. I actually like the line that he took there.
I love it.
Yeah,
Check, call, bet.
I would have probably take a little smaller sizing. I probably
Oh,
would have.
I would have bet way
I
smaller.
probably would have bet 200 into 285. Go like
Yeah.
2/3 pot,
I would've
60%
bet-
pot.
Yeah, I would have bet way smaller, but he
He got
has,
max. I think he got max value there for
yeah,
sure.
he has more experience with her than I
Yeah.
do. Against a random opponent, I
Yeah.
would have went check, call, bet.
200.
Yeah,
65%
yeah.
pot, something like that. 2/3 pot.
175, 200, but I mean he piled and she paid it because they might have a history where
Right.
he's bluffed her before and she's like, you're not going to bluff me again type of thing.
Right.
Hey everybody, just a reminder, we're playing a $100 tag team tournament tomorrow. If you have your team ready to go, give us a shout and tell us who your teammate is.
I will be a free agent tomorrow. If anybody wants to play. Chris Lago just sent me a picture of dinner.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
He's busy.
Cheesy artichoke beef patties. That's too healthy for me.
Don't you have any fried food?
Yeah. Actually, there was a group of us. Eric, myself, Craig, Matt, and Min went to, what's the name of this restaurant right here?
Dunstan.
Dunstan's. Got some steak, pork chops for lunch. It was really nice. Late lunch, early dinner. So, really nice place. Apparently, it's a staple restaurant in the Dallas community.
It's a half a mile away from here.
could
I
walk
think I've
there.
been there 3 times this week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and
The value's pretty good, actually.
well, it's so close. The food's great. It's I think a 6-ounce bacon
Yeah.
wrapped sirloin was like
$17.
Yeah, it
with a
was-
baked potato
well.
potato rolls.
You
and
picked up
salad.
the tab. What was it?
I don't remember.
All right, let me do math quickly.
So for 5 people,
Drink. I had one beer.
You had one beer. It was
Everybody else drank
105.
water.
Just 105.
Oh yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say about $20 a piece.
Yeah, so it was about 105 for us. So that's actually pretty good. Oh, looks like we have all in here.
And she got like a $50 tip. Yeah, see, they've got history.
Yeah, and this is Cody. I've seen Cody here lately playing.
Okay.
And again, I haven't been playing. You know, I used to play 3, 4, 5 days a week. I'm literally down to like 1 or 2 days a week just because I'm in here. But it's definitely different pace in here, and I'm really enjoying it in the booth.
And
Did he get stacked? Oh, he got stacked.
Yeah, he shoved with 10s with a king and an ace on the board, and she called with a king.
Now, I'll tell you what. If you're gonna bluff in that spot, trying to represent an ace, fine, whatever. Again, the way that hand played out, you probably picked the wrong player to bluff against.
Right, and
Yeah.
that's why he got paid so much on that big bet.
Yeah.
Because she's gonna call.
No, so that you were thinking of
Right,
Brad,
right,
yeah,
Brad
Cody
in the 3 seat.
Yeah, Cody shoved with that was Cody that lost. That felt it. Yeah.
Okay.
So
On the 5 seat.
Yeah, if you're gonna bluff shove river.
Bluff G-man.
Yeah, you're gonna bluff G-man. You're gonna bluff
Bluff Rick.
Bluff Rick. Bluff mat. You know, so players that are not sticky. Like the
These
one
guys
person
can
at this
fold.
table that you don't want to jam on is Rosie, especially if he has a piece of that flop.
Let's Play I Win just said, yay, thanks for mentioning Dunstan's. That's my family's restaurant. Love Poker House. I'll be there tomorrow playing some poker. Well, we love you. I love Dunstan's. Like I said, I've been there 3 times this week. Great value. Right
That was
down the
first-
road.
Yeah.
I picked up a to-go menu when I was there last time and brought it to the place. They have delivery. They don't have delivery, but they do like it's not DoorDash. It's something else that I hadn't heard of before because I'm from Minnesota.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So I don't hear the cool things that you guys have in Dallas. But they told me that this is the service they use. Jeep takes a open ender.
Yeah. This is definitely a good flop test for his defending big blind range.
Yeah. If you haven't been to Dunstan's, go. And if you chow now. Yeah, chow now. Instead of DoorDash, it's chow now.
I've never heard of that. That delivery platform.
Okay, so it's not because of my Minnesota background. All right. But if you want some good food, great
Gets
service.
there.
The beer's cold. Oh, and Jonathan picks up top pair, top kicker on a very, it's not
This is
exactly
actually-
the 9-10 is the only thing he's afraid of, but he's not afraid of the 9-10.
Yeah.
He might be afraid of a flush draw.
Yeah.
That's a disguised straight. I don't even see a straight when I look at that
I like
board.
to see a check raise here. Yeah. Don't make it too big. Make it maybe 300.
Look, pretend you don't have anything. 300 would be big.
No, it's like actually if he makes it 300, 325,
Hot
it's about
size
3x.
bet. Oh, he is, man.
300?
Good bet. I would have scaled. See, maybe I'm not betting enough.
Yeah.
Like Matthew. Maybe I'm losing value, and I should be betting more.
The thing is that when you're out of position, you want to make it slightly, you want to make it big enough to where you get value, but small enough to where you can get your opponent to call.
350.
So that's a good sizing. It's actually less than 3x. So
He also has over $1,000, so maybe that played into it. So that's a good play.
Jonathan trying to reconstruct the hand here.
Wow, that's such a big bet with one pair, though.
Yeah. Brad has all the sets here. He has all the 2-pair combinations out of the big blind. Also has a majority of the flush draws here. So, good fold. What a fold.
That's why I go smaller. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to let the fish off the hook.
And then here's the thing, Brad Jeep, hasn't played a lot of hands, so he's not going to have a lot of check raises there unless he's at a made hand. I don't see his player profile based off how he's played tonight, not necessarily how he's played in the room,
Right.
how he's played tonight. Check raise bluffing there on the turn when straight draws come in. He could have turned some combo draw where a flush draw, blah, 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 and could have just turned significant additional equity. But, a check raise there warrant, again, he unblocks hearts there. So, good check raise there by Brad in the 3-seat. Let's play our win. So what are you going to play? You going to play tournament tomorrow? You going to play cash? Tag team tournament? The $280 $7,500 guarantee? Let us know. Anybody else in the chat going to come here? So I'm assuming you answered Chad's question about the VPIP game tomorrow, right? Or
I did.
or the live
I
stream.
did. And what I think we can do.
I can come in and commentate or run tracker. I'm not.
Oh, that'd
whatever.
be fun. What I think we can do is do the VPIP, but if you have a 40 or above, you're safe.
Okay, I like that.
So if I pull up at the hour break, if I pull up the VPIP and everybody's over 40, we don't replace anybody.
Okay.
But I really want to give a lot of people a chance to play, so we have to figure out a way to remove somebody.
Yeah.
I mean,
I still think you're going to get a handful of players under 40.
maybe if we do, then that'll be easy.
Depending on the players. For the record, I'm not going to play the VPIP game because I'm going to get booted out after the first hour.
I love the VPIP game.
I just naturally have a low VPIP.
You're a little bit more selective in your hands.
Yeah. But I also try to not be a losing poker player. So.
Just for fun.
Can they see that or no?
They cannot see
Not
this.
yet. Okay.
That's why it's on this side of the table.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to.
By the way, when you're out of town, I am definitely not going to try anything like that.
No, don't. I recommend you do not. So what I'm gonna do for.
Let's play, Owen. What is a tag team tournament? We want to go through that real quick?
Oh, all right. So after.
Oh,
this
hold
hand-
on. We have something developing. Matt bluffing on the river. It looks like he's bluffing. Yeah, bluffing on the river with the ace of clubs. Gonna get Jonathan Jonathan bluffing on the river.
Bluffing with the best hand.
Yeah, bluffing with the best hand. Okay, sorry. I was watching the action, watching Eric what he's is about to do, because he's kind of doing something cool.
So what I'm doing right here.
So they see that.
They see this. So there we go. Let's play I win. This is a picture I took at lunch. This is me in the far left. We got Min, tournament director. We got Eddie right there with the thumbs up. We've got Craig over there who's running Action Tracker, and the GM Matt. We're all sitting at Dunstan's beautiful restaurant. I definitely recommend you go there. And I had to email that to myself so I could pull it up, and that's what Eddie was saying. I'm definitely not doing any of this.
The VPIP game.
So if everyone's over 40, the one or two bottom folks go. Right, that's what we did last week, and the players that were over 40 were like, come on, man. I mean, how much can I play? You know,
Right.
it's not like I'm knitting it up here.
And I think it's also contingent on the feeder table. If we have a full feeder table, we can definitely do two. But if we only have 3 or 4, then you can only do one.
Maybe we do
right?
one. It's fair. We'll try to iron out the details.
And again, that's conceptually it's cool, but implementation wise,
Yeah, it's a little difficult.
it's difficult because we want to make sure the flow of the game is still in flow. A,
Right.
B, we don't.
It would be a lot easier if we only take one person.
Yeah.
So
'cause
that would
then-
be fun. Let me talk to Let's Play I Win is the tag team event is a tournament tomorrow, $100 buy-in. Bring a friend with you. It's $100 per player, $50 rebuys, re-entries. And for the first 6 levels, you play your own tournament. So I'll have the red tournament and the blue tournament. All right. Now, when registration closes after level 6, you're going to combine your chip stack, and then, like, let's say the blue team continues playing, and I'll set a random number, and when the timer goes off, you stop the action in the middle of a hand, and you switch, and your partner comes in and finishes the hand, and then they play. So that's the tag team. It was super fun. If you've never seen it, jump on our Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, whatever media you want to watch this, and look at the game we played last night. It was so fun. It was the most fun we've had in 3 months, I think. It was the most fun tournament. Now here, Rick's betting 25.
has the top pair with the backdoor nut flush draw. So good lead out there.
Not backdoor. It's next.
Yeah.
Backdoor's runner. He's just got it. Boom.
No, he doesn't have the flush yet.
Flush draw.
Flush draw. Yeah.
Not
flush
a backdoor
draw.
flush draw. It's
Backdoor
just a flush draw.
Backdoor. Yeah.
The tournament
Flush
starts at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, and he gets the flush.
Oh.
And G-Man's going to represent the flush.
Blocker bet.
Yep. A little $25 blocker bet.
Hollywood acting goes to.
Jeez, do I have the ace?
The Screen Actor Guild Award goes to
Guess
Rick.
we'll
Oh,
min
the
click.
min click.
The min click is
And then
so
Garrett, I
scary.
hate the min. Garrett hates the min click too. He knows. I hate the min click. Super. I've had so many players with min click me, and I'm like, man, like I hate min clicks. It's like, can I get a little bit of value here?
I love a min click bluff because so many people think the min click is the nuts.
Yeah.
I love the min click bluff, especially
try
after
it.
I've been doing like 4X all day.
Yeah.
They're having a good time out there. Not only this table, but we had a big tournament, $300 buy-in, black chip bounty. That's been successful. That's been a lot of people have been coming out to play that. They were down to the final 3 like a half hour ago when I was out there.
Nice.
And a lot of cash games going out there.
We have 10 tables going right now.
10 tables right now on
Yeah.
a Friday night,
That's
9
very
o'clock.
good.
And that's been pretty solid all day.
Yeah.
When I got here at 1 o'clock, right before we went to Dunston's.
So I like, you may want to pay attention to the action because I'm really not paying attention to the action right now.
Nothing's happening today.
Okay. I like to go around the state on Poker Atlas to kind of see how these busy rooms are doing on a Friday night.
Oh, Cody makes it 15 with Q10, Queen 10
Okay.
on the button. G-Man 3 bets to 65 from the small blind with a 6-7 suited. I love that move. It comes out 5-6, 10 of hearts.
That's a good through bet.
Yep.
To a late position open. Obviously, Cody having the best of it right now.
Oh, just let's listen.
He's getting a good price. Yeah,
Yeah, he just
knows
has
he's
to
getting
call.
He knows he's getting a good
He
price.
He bet too much. He had to call 51 into a pot of 430,
Yeah.
and
Picks up some
he
outs.
picks up some outs. And Cody rivers the flush.
Yeah.
Yeah, he bet too much trying to blow him off. He bet too much in relation to Cody's stack.
Yeah.
And then he just had to call him.
Yeah.
So-
And Garrett's played very well all night. Initially not getting a lot of cards, and so, one of the things.
He does lead the field in pre-flop raising with 22%. Michael and Matt and Cody, 3-way tie with 21%. Jeep, Jonathan both at 8, Mac at 5, and Rick at 3.
That doesn't surprise me.
The ace king and the QQ were the 2 hands he raised pre-flop, I think. Rosie right there in the middle with, I think, like 16%.
Right.
Speaking of ace queen suited, Jeep picks it up in middle position.
There's only three other rooms in the state of Texas that are busy, and they're busier than us right now. Rounders in San Antonio, the Lodge,
The Lodge and
CH, and then Legends in Houston. I like how towards the end of the stream we pick up our most viewers. Knowing that we have like about an hour left in the stream. So
Yep. Well, it's like, lunch is over or
Right.
dinner's over.
Yeah.
What do you call it, dinner or supper?
it's definitely not supper down here. I mean, for the record, I'm from Texas. I don't know if that's
That's a southern thing? What do you call it, Coke or pop?
I call it Coke.
Everybody does down here.
Yeah, so as you call it pop in Minnesota?
Of course we do.
Oh man, y'all are weird, dude.
And we call it supper. Dinner is like a Thanksgiving dinner, like a big production is a dinner. But if you just go out to eat, supper
I gotcha.
is how I was raised.
Donna, good night saying supper.
Supper.
Donna, where are you from? Out of curiosity. We lost some viewers because we were having a dinner supper debate.
Yeah,
We're
they
just
didn't
kidding.
like it.
They didn't like it. They got out of
Do
the stream.
you know? Finish this children's game. Duck, duck.
I think it's a goose.
49 states say goose. Minnesota says duck, duck, gray duck.
Different.
It's the only place, and I grew up saying duck, duck, gray duck.
I didn't know if that was a trick question or not.
No,
so I
it was
really
right.
confused. I was so confused.
You're like, this is obvious.
Yeah, I was like, I know the
right.
answer, but I don't want to sound like a ding dong.
All
Micah
right,
in the
here.
box now.
Let's watch and see if they do this double board bomb pot. All right, Craig, I'm putting you to the test right now. Double board bomb pot.
Donna from Dallas. Thank
He's
you.
got the pot right. All right, so right now he put down the bot. Nope, you messed up, Micah. That's on Micah. That's not Craig's fault. Nope. All right, Craig has to hit back. Good job, stop him. So did you see what happened?
Yes.
All right.
So where he placed the cards
Yep.
initially. Good job, Greg.
Good job, Craig. Stop the game. Fix it. Just hold on a second. Now he has to manually type in that top board.
Premier Massage liked the stream. I believe that's Miss Kelly.
Oh, I need a massage.
I know. Sitting in the booth. I think sitting in the booth is harder than sitting playing poker. Because at least when I'm playing poker, I can get up, go, smoke a cigarette outside, go use the restroom, grab a snack. Here, I'm like literally locked in, and I have to
Yeah.
like wait.
You know what's more difficult?
Yeah, what's that?
Running Action Tracker.
Fair enough. No, I agree 100%.
Oh, that's the hardest part and the most important part of the entire stream. So, how do you like that? The community cards on the right-hand side instead of the middle. Now we can see the middle
Yeah.
of the board.
That's actually going to make a difference once we get the overhead flop cam, I think.
Yes.
So, especially in this specific thing, you'll be able to see it. Well, yeah, you'll be able to see it more in the middle, but. Again, so we tried out a number of different things here tonight. One is to move the ticker. Which one is it? The GFX1 or GFX2?
GFX1 moves stuff
position
around, and GFX2 is where we do the configuring.
Gotcha. Okay.
Look at this one right here.
What's this?
So all of our players, we have seat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Uh-huh.
And each player, we have a camera dedicated to them. If I say board cam, I dedicate one to a board cam. Right here we have when the board cam is on, hide the GFX that we were talking about today.
Oh.
So that's cool. We'll do that. Cool stuff. I'm excited about next week. Jonathan with Pocket Kings.
Man, finally waking up in a hand after early on. I mean, he still preserved a significant portion of his stack.
He built it up right away, and then
Yeah.
he just kind of
Coasted.
went hard
yeah.
dead, and it's
Picked up some small pots, between early on and now, but finally waking up with a big hand.
7 calls, 8 calls, 9 raises.
Good sizing, 35, 30.
See 1 fold. 7 folds. 8 calls.
ask me in 15 minutes. Craig just popped in here and
Asked for
gave
it.
me a thumbs up question mark, and I went, asked me in 15 minutes.
Set 30.
Ooh, Rick flopping top pair, setting his price.
Oh,
Here's the thing. A lot of times yeah, that's a good raise. He's got backdoor diamond draws. In addition,
if he hits an 8 or a
yeah,
queen, it's gonna. If he hits an 8, it's gonna be bad for Jonathan.
yeah, it's a good check.
270 in the pot.
When you see somebody raise pre-flop and then you donk lead the flop, and then he comes over your donk lead,
Rick's
Yeah.
too tight. He's gonna let it go. Rosie. Oh, he does call.
I think if you picked up additional equity there,
All right, he sized it perfectly. He can get it all in on the river now. He's only got $100 left, $113 left into a $700 pot.
Rick better hope a king or ace comes on the river.
Queen or an 8. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Max Payne for Jonathan.
Hi, yeah. Rick getting a little bit of run good on the river, really drawing to only
Wow.
7 outs. Had about 14%, I think, on that hand, give or take.
Oh my goodness. Poor Michael's gonna throw up.
Yeah, I think Rick just hasn't been winning too many hands and playing a lot of hands, and so he's like, I'm just gonna get there, and gets there. Texas poker is alive.
Oh man. And Jonathan's been playing good poker.
Very good poker.
Good poker all day, and he just got sucked out on.
Between him and Garrett, who probably played the most fundamentally sound poker this evening, just ran into a cooler there on the river.
Bad beats.
Yeah. But Rick was due for a hand, so unfortunate for Jonathan there that it was against him. But Rick had been playing title all night, so
I do like how you zoomed out the cameras.
yeah.
So now when I'm looking at 6, 7, I
That's
see
camera 3, right?
5, 6, 7, 8. That was camera 3. This is camera 2. where
Probably can zoom out a little bit more on camera 2,
maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But now you get
Player
the deal.
7 also.
and probably raise that up so we're not cutting off the top of the head.
Exactly.
Yeah. So making still some adjustments here. We're gonna make. Probably want to write that down. Matt under the gun opening with pocket sevens.
9 calls.
Mac with ace queen.
Looks like we're going to go Texas heads up again. 5 ways to the flop, maybe? At least 4.
Raises 75.
Oh, seat 1. Michael going to 3-bet king 4 clubs out of the big blind. You know what? It's not
a squeeze.
it's not like squeezing out of the big blind. I kind of like it.
And he gets the sevens to fold.
He hasn't squeezed a ton. Mac's
No.
definitely going to probably call here.
I like this because Michael's
He hasn't?
probably going to be first to act.
Yeah.
And he can just stop and go. Oh,
Raise 485.
full. Oh, I thought he said 485, and I was like, wow. Oh, he did. That is an all in.
Wow.
Okay.
Limp
Whoops.
back. Limp raise 4-bet back jam.
Michael looked like a genius for a second, and Mac picks up all the dead money without showing his cards. Michael, that
I like
the play.
I like the squeeze.
I like it.
You know, you're blocking ace king, blocking king queen, blocking kings.
You get the 7-7 to fold, and the way the hand played out in my head, ace queen calls.
Yeah.
You bet any flop, he folds. You pick up a beautiful pot. That's the way it played out in my head.
And that's a really interesting. I mean, obviously he's gonna have to fold that hand because he only has king queen,
Yeah.
king 4 suited.
Yeah.
But Mac played that hand. You know, just calls the open from the pocket sevens and then likes to 4-bet back jam.
He played that weird.
Definitely. Again, I've talked about this many times. You know, people at 1-2 do weird stuff. weird
Yep.
stuff. And sometimes it's hard for me. Like sometimes I fold the hands and I'm like I should be calling or
Rick
raising
wakes
it,
up
yeah.
with a real hand now, and he's got almost $900 left after betting 40. Looks like action's going to fold all
It's
the way
definitely
around.
a small sizing. You know, you're probably going to want to make at least 50-60 again.
But against Rick, it's strong enough that everybody folds except for G-Man.
I think G ain't going to call here. I mean, he's got some
Yeah,
equity.
he called with the suited
Yeah.
ace.
And I don't mind the call. Wow, flops.
Wow.
World.
That's everything. Open-ended, flush draw.
Let's see if he check raises here. Takes the betting lead on the turn. Check raises here in order for him to take the betting lead on the turn.
Yeah.
Could call and lead turn.
140, make it 300.
Yeah.
Big bet.
Nah, that's a really big bet. Yeah, good.
160s. Okay.
It's a good bet, slightly over 3x. This is a really, really good board for G-Man's opening range, middle position opening range.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna call.
See, he's
Yeah. This is not a board that's really good for Rick's 3-betting range, even though in the cutoff. Again, for him to 3-bet, G-Man knows he's putting him behind like jacks, queens, kings, maybe ace king, ace queen, but he's blocking the nuts, so he's got to draw to both nuts.
Yeah, he could get a 6, a jack, diamond, an ace. A 4 doesn't do it.
I think he can't. I think he's gonna have to barrel here.
All in.
No, that's gonna be too much. Let's see, 200 to 30.
300.
Yep, great size, 75% pot.
300.
Wow.
Snap
Oh,
calls.
wow. G-Man.
So let's let this hand unfold, and I'll give you my opinions on this hand.
If I shove here, I can run it twice if he calls me, if I'm on a draw. He bricks. And Rick shoves all in, out of turn. That's strong.
Yeah, that's really strong.
Now G-Man can't bluff at it.
And I can't bluff.
Seat 6 is all in. It's going to be 730. 731.
No! Oh my God! If this works! If this works!
This will be so disgusting. Wow.
Oh. He's just counting right now. It's not a call yet. He's going, how much do I have left?
I would actually check that river. Only thing, there's a lot of hands. There's more hands than 9-10 that beat you there. Garrett's all got all that straight.
Oh my goodness, if he folds, G-Man's a genius.
This is dirty.
Garrett, you're my new hero. When he shoves out a turn, he takes all my bluffs away, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
I give up.
I give up too. I check fold.
I'm like,
Wow.
okay, you get
But for when he saw that, I don't know, this is like a reverse like metagame type thing. This is, for those of you just joining the chat, Rick was getting actually jammed out of turn on the river, and it wasn't his action. And so G-Man actually rips it knowing that Rick now in the blender now. Has been in the blender for over 60 seconds, 90 seconds now. So action went open by Garrett pre-flop. Rick 3-betting with queens.
Oh, he wants to call, but he can't.
Garrett goes check call on the flop. Check raise turn. Oh, sorry. Garrett check raise flop led turn. Got a call from Rick, and on the river, Rick got his chips ready to jam out of turn, and then G-Man knows that, just reshoves it.
So the rules are if G-Man checks, Rick's bet is binding,
Right.
and then G-Man can just call if that's what he wanted.
Yeah.
So him shoving out of turn, when G-Man raises, Rick should know, why didn't you just call me? You would have got all my chips. Why are you betting? But that's like metagame. That's
Super
like,
metagame.
I know that you know that I know that you know. He's like, I can't fold 2 queens, right?
Oh, and he tables it. Oh, it's so gross. And Garrett's like, please fold, please fold. That's a really, really good breakdown.
I like it.
He would have 4-bet.
If he puts him on ace-10, he calls. Yes! Oh,
call.
good job, Rick. Wow.
Way to break down the hand, Rick.
Man, I love G-Man's heart, but Rick, it took him the long way to get there, but he got there. Wow, wow, wow.
That was gross. What a hero call after breaking it down. I like.
Garrett's going, that was supposed to work. Wow.
That's an ugly board for you, sir.
Terrible.
That's a really bad board.
The only thing is when he called the 300, once you commit,
I know I can't.
when I called the 300, that's why I said it.
Yeah, you were already so priced in. I thought you had a jack. You kept saying like, what?
Well, so here's the thing, right?
You didn't have it. You were saying maybe he
A
had
lot of players
but he wouldn't have
make
called
the
you.
comment, "I'm priced in."
Right.
You're really not priced in.
You got $500 of real money in
so-
front of you.
When you run the math, you have to say, okay, I have to call this to win this. I need X amount of equity in order for this to be a profitable call. And so people are like, oh, it's only $150 for me to call. But then if you run the math, you're like, am I good here at least 18% of the time in order for this to be a profitable call? So like, I folded a hand exploitatively the other day when I actually had the best hand. But when I run the math, I'm like, I'm not mathematically winning here from an expected value perspective.
Right.
I actually went back and I looked at the minimum. I'm not trying to get too super technical on a 1-2 table, but I looked at the minimum defense frequency on the hand, and I should have called, but I skipped that. So it was a good learning experience for me. Mm-hmm. If I would have gone through, from an equity perspective, it was a slightly marginal spot where I'm negative expected value. But then when I go back and I look at my minimum defense frequency on the river, I should be making that call. So, again, things that I'm learning, been playing poker, only taking it seriously for the past year. So that's why I'm saying it 1-2, so I can make these mistakes, plug these leaks. So, yeah. And
He's talking about Popeye.
yeah, I like the show. Kind of a quirky hand, He also,
Garrett had to leave the table.
yeah, there he's slightly probably
He's gonna
on-
go cool down.
Yeah, probably slightly on tilt there. The problem is, Rick hasn't played a lot of hands, so for him to, raise, you're definitely putting him on a hand like queens, kings, or aces. And sometimes when you're not playing hands, even though you may not be good, like, hey, I haven't played queens, I haven't played many hands. It's the best hand I've seen all night. I'm going to get it in, whether or not it's the correct decision or not, right? He could be in that mentality. Now, he broke down some of his analysis saying you're not going to have aces or kings, because you would have 4-bet, but you have these are the combinations of hands that beat me here.
Yeah, he finally put him on ace 10 and said, okay, ace 10 plays like that, and I can beat ace 10.
Yeah. So.
Like Gus Hansen, put him on a hand you can beat.
Right. Patrick Antonius actually, like a few weeks ago, made a sick call, I think with like 10 high, 9 high, like lower than the Robbie.
Nice.
But it's Patrick Antonius, so, and he like super 10. It was a correct call.
So it's the Rick show tonight. He comes from behind with the queen 8. He gets the queens and makes a hero call.
Yeah.
And then he flops a boat against 2 players who both have king 10.
Yeah. So they each have each other's out, so they're going to be drawn really thin on turn and river.
They need a king, a 10, or a 2. Fives are good on that board.
No,
123 in the pot. I want to see
That's
$15.
10% pot. I've talked about these types of bets you see on, yeah, it shows a full house, mini full house. You see those types of bets on the river, like 1/10 pot, 1/8 pot, 1/12 pot, whatever, like more in higher stakes tournaments, like high rollers just like maybe squeak out a little bit of value. You really don't see it at 1-2. Now, for the record, if that's me, and like I may not have a hand, and he like quote unquote block value bets on the river, I'm gonna make it like 50 or 75.
Exactly. I was going to say that's when I pile in a little bit.
So now again, maybe not against Rick because he just hero called the queen,
Right,
but
right,
you know.
It's easier to, man, that was fun. I'm going to turn this microphone up a little bit. Yes.
Raise 15, T2.
The commentators are going crazy back here.
4 folds, 5 folds.
No, I definitely did not call you a wimp or a nit. We applauded you for putting together those pieces so well.
After that commitment, you were already 500. You were already 500 at that point. He was already 500.
Check.
9-6-9. Matt's got the best of it with 2 overcards.
9 checks. 2 checks. 20.
I try to bluff when they have the nuts.
He bluffs with the queen high, and it's going to get through. Rick up at the top with over 2,000 chips from a 500 starting stack in 3 good hands. All right, we've got another half hour of the stream left tonight. We're going to shut it down at 10 o'clock. What did you do last night? You didn't go to Bombshells with us.
I was tired. Was it last night?
That was last night.
8 calls, 9 calls.
I don't remember.
The waitresses love us now.
1 raise.
We've been there enough and we tip well.
Yeah.
I said we're way too old to be there.
That's true, man.
The music's too loud. The waitresses are too young. And way too young, way too pretty. Captain Underpair's beautiful call. It was.
5 calls, 6 calls.
I'm down for going to grab a bite to eat afterwards.
All right, I'm in.
8 calls, 9 calls.
I think Min likes to go to bombshells for the view.
Touche. For the record, I don't particularly care to go to those places like a Hooters or Bombshells or Twin
I'm
Peaks.
not a,
Yeah.
but their food is really good, actually.
For the record, I agree with that. I think Twin Peaks is actually better than Bombshells.
Mac has the flush draw.
Yeah, but it's a weak flush shot. I really can't make moves.
Yeah.
Let's see, seat one.
Michael's got the gut shot in the back door.
I think he makes that move also because he's blocking the second nut flush draw. I like
Right.
that. I like that lead out from middle position.
6 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds, 4 players.
Rick folds his gutter. Actually, he had a double gut. Oh, there,
Wow.
Max got it. Now,
Let's see.
Michael's got the nut flush. If it checks around, yes, Captain under pairs. The queen hand was a beautiful call. If a club hits, boom, just like that, Cody's going to lose some chips.
Yeah.
Seat 5 bets $10.
He's going to be cute and say $10. Michael's going to...
6 folds.
Puts it with the block bet.
Yeah. Michael's going to make it 100. Mac's going to get away from it now.
That's what I'm saying. Like these block bets, you kind of see where you are.
Yeah.
It's like open fold or bet fold.
Yeah, I'm definitely betting 100 if you bet 10 at me.
There's both up.
Raise 150.
All right, a little higher than I would have went.
Yeah, there's full houses there.
Yeah.
There's also full houses out there that he could potentially
Jack
worry
has Cody. Yeah, I was gonna say Cody has second nuts. Second nut flush. I guess there's. Yeah, you're right. Full house.
Yeah, I'm not a big particular fan of that call by Cody there. You have to think, what is he raising me with?
Right.
Right. King of clubs beats me there, and there's boats out there. You don't block.
Pocket fives, pocket eights,
Yeah.
ace, queen.
Right. Those types of hands, there's not much you're beating there. And so, those are the types of mistakes that I made earlier on in my poker career.
That's what I still make because I call way too often. You can value bet me,
Yeah.
and I'll just rebuy because I don't want to get bluffed.
Yeah, and for the record, before I would make that call. Now I'm making that fold. Now I'm like kind of exploitively folding. I'm like kind of over folding now.
Right.
Because now I'm trying to think from a high level perspective, and I'm trying to.
The problem is in these lower stakes, you're
Yeah.
not playing against high-level thinkers.
Right.
So you can't go GTO unless everybody else is going GTO with you.
Yeah, I know. And I sometimes I feel I'm like.
That's what I pointed out in that Robbie hand when they're going, what are you thinking with Jack High?
Right.
She's not a high-level
100%.
strategy player, so that she's not thinking, quit trying to do that.
I played a hand where I had top set, blah 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 blah, and I get a rivered by one of 6 outs that beat me. Well, technically 8, and then it's like I told her it was like nice hand, interesting call in the turn. I was like, you had 8 outs. She's like, I was like, you had 6 outs. She's like, no, I have 8 outs, and I'm like, no, the other guy had a flush draw, and you had 6 clean outs. She's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, please stay at my table. Please stay at my table.
No, we like it here.
Yeah. G-Man with a high aggression frequency. Mac cheap and Mac on the low end of the aggression frequency, just under 25% for all 3 of them. Thank you for the viewers that decided to randomly join in for the last 20-25 minutes of the stream. Again, this is kind of an impromptu 1-2-500 cap no limit hold'em game that was just put together pretty much last minute, mid-afternoon, to get myself some training, additional training in the booth. Craig some training on the action tracker, as a lot of the team from Poker House will be out for some time, going to Vegas for a casino gaming convention, and Eric going back home to spend some time with family.
9 calls, 4 players.
Michael's cards not reading. They look like they're in the box though.
Wow. Rhodes got a flush draw. Cody's got the Jack flush draw. She just snaps all in for too much. Well, Cody's got 200.
Oh, Michael calls.
Wow. All right.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Hold up, we still have action.
No, we don't.
You still have cards, my bad.
So Michael's got the ace high flush draw? question
Maybe, I don't
mark?
know.
Rosie right now has the best flush draw and top,
Top
pair against Michael. I hope he has a set.
Yeah. Oh.
No.
He's like drawing pretty much dead on this hand.
Yeah, the problem is Craig has
Yeah,
to manually type. Oh, it did pop up. King, queen. Oh, wow. That's horrific.
Can't run it more than once on multi-way here.
Well, thank you. Captain Under Pair says, don't care what the stakes are. Impressed with the commentary. Appreciate it.
No, I see Captain Under Pairs and also and TCH and a lot of TCH's live stream. He's a, you know how Hayden and Kim were talking about chat pros. He's a chat pro very often in TCH live stream. So thanks for joining us this
Should he,
Friday
like-
evening.
Should he like cash app me like $5 to type or something, or if you want, because we don't have our chat pro set up
Yeah.
yet. Wow, Rosie and Michael.
Oh boy, chop though.
Yeah, it was a free roll for everything.
Yeah.
and Cody
Yeah.
Cody was drawing dead on
So
the turn.
again, mathematically, he's not getting a good price to
Michael
call.
or Cody?
Neither.
Agreed.
So neither one are mathematically getting a good price to call there. I think she overbet pot like pretty.
Oh, she piled for no reason.
Yeah.
I mean, it worked because
To be honest, I don't blame her there for that specific move. She had such a big combo draw in terms of flopping top pair.
yeah, I love top pair flush draw.
Oh yeah, combo draw. So, you know, again with both of these players, if I'm Michael, I'm not calling with just. I'm not just calling with king queen there. I'd have to have, you know.
Yeah, I'm not calling with top pair, and it wasn't even ace queen. It was
Yeah.
top pair.
Even if I'm having ace queen, I'm probably not calling there.
No, I
Yeah.
wouldn't either. But I'm
Just mathematically a bad spot with the now. If you're heads up, I can see you making the call, but there's still action behind.
yeah.
He wasn't picking up some chips though, splitting Cody's money.
That's always fun.
Yeah.
All right.
And actually, I actually don't blame Cody's call there. Actually, I think at that point with his chip stack, I think he's actually getting the right price.
With his flush draw?
Yeah, I have to double check. I have to go back and run the math. But I know Michael's not getting the right price. I'll go check the math real quick. Run them.
Run the numbers.
Actually, I'll have to go back and I'll check it because I don't remember. I don't remember what their stab sizes were. Blah 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 blah.
Brian Kelly in the box to finish off our.
Brian got a haircut,
Screen
looking
tonight.
good. He probably knew he was going to jump in the booth.
I noticed he had a haircut yesterday because he's got just a little bit of a tan line.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah, you can kind of see it here. But when I was standing behind him running the action tracker yesterday, I could see his white tan line.
Yeah.
Right where he got.
I see it. I see it. Maybe he went to the fair.
Yeah.
You know what? Before it ends, you and I and maybe a group of us should like go to the
I'm
state
in.
fair.
I love the fair. I've never been there.
Yeah,
Never
I
been
went-
to the Texas Fair.
Yesterday went for the first time. Did not
Oh,
realize.
right
it was
here.
gonna
Guess
be-
what just happened? Brian messed up the double board bomb pot, and Craig immediately fixed it.
Good job.
Craig. Good work, Craig. I got to train these dealers on double boards.
Let's see what everybody has. Rosie has ace king at the bottom.
It's a bunch of 4%, 6%,
Yeah.
8%. I'm like looking around to see who's got it.
Yeah.
Rosie's got the king on bottom, and she's just going to win.
Scoop, scoop.
Nobody had anything. Well played.
Yeah, there's upside and downside to having everybody's cards. The upside is you get to see everybody's cards. The downside is you get to see everybody's cards.
Yeah, it's
so you
just
have to like really scan really quickly to see where everybody's at in relation to the board, especially on a double board bomb pot.
Pro tip, I look at the percentages first.
There you go, touche.
And then I'm going, oh, okay, this guy's got 40%. Let's see what they have.
I like that. Okay. Eric, we picked up like 14 viewers in like the last 25 minutes.
Hey, share it with
Yeah.
your friends. Like it, comment, fix the algorithm, misdeal. Brian, I'm going to take back all those good things I said about you and your nice haircut.
Yikes.
He,
Shots fired.
well, he messes up the double board bomb pot. But to be fair, When you run it twice, that's what you do. You put the first board over, and then you slide it forward, and then you put the second board over.
So wait, okay, we did this. So on the first board, you actually
Run it twice. You put the first board out, and then you push it forward, and then you put the second board out. So whether it's the turn in the river.
so you do the first full board.
Yep. And then you push up wherever they ran it twice at. Like, let's say they run it twice on just the river. You just put up the river and put up a new river. So the board reads everything. On the double board, you put it up, and you keep the first board away from the second board. Now here we look and we see Michael has 31%. We go, oh, okay, 31, and G-Man has 30, and I can ignore everybody else. You know, Jonathan 4%. I don't even care what he has. He's going to fold. You know, and now we're down to 71 and 29. Rosie, Rosie, she's going to get in trouble now.
6 bets 25.
She's definitely gonna call top pair.
Her hand should be dead. You can't be on the phone
Yeah.
with a live hand. Rosie, especially on the stream. I'm going to slap your hands when I get out there.
I think we should make all the players put in the box
I agree.
starting tomorrow.
Yep.
Especially what happened over at Hustler. Just beef up some of the security protocols.
Yep. That's now when I ran the MSPT, the Mid-States Poker Tour around the country, I did not let them look at their phone until break. So they had 2 hours radio silence.
Garrett's attacking top pair here. You know that Rosie could have a 10 also.
And he knows Rosie's sticky.
Yeah.
That's my problem is I'm too sticky. I call off here with I have a 10.
Yeah, and I made a bad move the other day against a player that I had like bottom pair, but I turned a pretty combo draw, so I check raise turn and I bet like 70% on the river as a bluff, which I tell people don't bluff at 1-2, and I bluffed at 1-2, and I bluffed into a guy that can't ever
Can't
lay
fold.
down top pair,
Right.
even if he has like a 4 kicker and he had 10-6, and I'm like,
Oh, she does call. See? Ace and a 10. He slow rolls her too.
yeah, Max Payne Friday for Rosie. Yeah, Rosie now down to it looks like a less than. It says 182. Looks a little less than that, maybe like 125, 130. G-Man trying to make some of his chips back.
Yep.
For the record, I don't think he's down that much. He had got up to like almost 2K.
He was at 21,
Yeah, and so
and he
got into some tight spots.
yep.
Tried to bluff Rick, which actually wasn't a bad move. But again,
Rosie down to her last $182 ballpark.
gosh, wasn't Rick down to like 200, 300 bucks?
Rick was down to nothing, and then he sucked out on
With the
Jonathan
queen eight-
with
with
the
the queen
queen eight
eight.
against the king.
Yep.
And then he picked up another big pot, and he was up to 1,000. And
That hand against Garrett.
And then he got the full double. Matt's with he makes it 15 with queens. Jeep right behind him calls with 7s. Matt calls with 9-7 in middle position, and Rick calls with king jack. Jonathan then flops an open ender and bets it with a 7-8. Matt just calls with a couple of queens. Jeep's got 2 7s now. With Jonathan's been very tight with a bet and a call. He can't be happy with 2 7s, but he's coming along.
He also, well, you know, again, he's double blocking straight draws.
Right.
So I you know, again, not
And
to
Matt
talk about
calls Matt calls with top pair and makes top boat. Oh. Now Jonathan can't be happy. Matt needs exactly a queen. Matt Jeep is drawing dead, but when it goes check, check, nobody's happy with this except for Mac.
right.
Mac's looking at those chips going, how many of those are going to be in my stack? Just call.
Yeah, just call. You got this board locked up. You want to
He
keep some of these-
shakes his head. He's like, oh, man, this is painful. I don't know. I guess I call.
Yeah,
Nice.
I don't want to give. Yeah, I won't give lessons over.
They're
live stream.
racking up. Matt folds queens.
He
Well,
has
on a 6-9-6-9 board.
on a
you
double
have
pair
to.
on a double pair board.
Yeah. Now Jeep has to give up. Bet all in. Yeah. I
Matt?
mean, I don't think Jeep's calling any bet. I know you're nutted. Let's listen to these guys close out the game. This is the last hand of the night. He's not calling. I love it. Is a 6 good here? That gives you a full house. Show him a 7. Show him the 7, Mac. I love it.
Mike is like, yeah, tip me $20. That's how you can call this.
He's not.
Over
calling.
pair, over pairs.
Mac
I guess
hasn't bluffed at all.
Yeah. Did he call? Did he say 9-7?
Well, he showed him the 7, so
Oh,
it's
yeah.
kind of easy to
Okay.
to pick out the 9.
I was like, okay, Daniel Negron, US. You're right. I forgot he flipped over the 7.
Yeah. He only
My
had to
bad.
guess the other half.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have, again, with the way that Max played tonight, doesn't
Oh.
have too many.
So that
Bluffs
wasn't
there.
the last hand. Rick was just coloring up all those reds
Oh, okay.
and getting blacks. So we should have about 10 more minutes.
Yeah, about 10 minutes. Yeah. I think.
Maybe 15. And these players will continue to play. We're just going to quit broadcasting. All right. Hey, pro tip. Stand back. Open it. There you go. I'm teaching Eddie how to get out of this closet we call a commentator booth. Look at how easy that was. Oh, I didn't hear it.
Well, no one else in the chat did. Whatever it is. Okay. Top pair for both Garrett and Rosie.
Are they still streaming, or did they hit the other cards?
There are the other cards.
Okay, so yeah, we've got like probably 10 more minutes.
Yeah.
And then Twin Peaks?
I'm down. I think
right.
the tournament's done.
Where's Twin Peaks at? How far away is that?
The closest one. Mikey and I went there before, so I got to double check. I think it's off Olympus. Olympus in 35 or 635. I'm not going to lie. I don't know.
I don't either.
I've been there before.
My phone's my phone's dead.
Was it really?
I can't believe I never. Oh my goodness. Tragedy.
Nah, I'm nervous.
I might have bluffed. He said you never bluffed there, sir. That's accurate.
Peg's like, what are you talking about?
5 folds, 6 calls.
Chris Lego with it. Chris Lego with the words of advice. Google Maps will guide us to Twin Peaks.
You like the Google Maps Lego, or are you a? They have charges on the table. I know, but I'm in the
Yikes.
commentator booth. If
Got
I was at
'em.
the table, I'd be good.
I'll tell you what. Chris always makes these inappropriate comments on the two. One of these days, I'm just going to ban them for the night and just cut them off.
I can give 10-minute bans.
Oh, you can do 10-minute bans?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's only going to be a 7-minute ban now.
65.
Excellent. Excellent.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Evil.
Michael with a flush draw here. Let me see again.
Bring it. What is Texas?
Rosie with top pair.
I heard you're a whiskey drinker, Lego. Is that accurate? They all fold to Rosie. She picks it up with top pair. Thank you, Captain. Under pairs, appreciate the kind words.
Thank you, Captain Underpants. Again, I'll enjoy having you commentate. Come by here.
Whiskey sours. I think Chris Larkin and I were talking about, you guys went to a concert or something, and I said, Lego looks like the type of guy I'd like to drink a beer with.
Yeah. For the record, okay, so Lego, for my birthday, Min and Eric got me some Glenlivet.
Oh, so good.
Super clutch. I may or may not have had a drink of it in the booth last week, but just a drink, nothing significant. Don't drink and commentate.
I will tell you a secret.
What's the secret?
If you go to The Feature Table, which is my personal when I'm touring Facebook page and YouTube and Twitch, and scroll back to Black Friday last year,
Okay.
a player on Sunday on the day 2
Okay.
brought in a 20-year-old bottle of scotch,
Oh, yikes.
and I proceeded to embarrass myself. And I like the scotch. So we
Maybe we'll have it one day.
Rosie and Michael both pick up a queen. They can't put Rick on an ace. The rich get richer. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
just yeah,
If
it's
a
good
queen
call.
comes out, okay, the 9 is still decent.
Again, let's see what sizing Rick's use here. I think again, I say this. One of the things that
Bet 20. That's a cute little blocker bet. He's gonna get $40 at least.
yeah, he could come back with a raise. You know, sometimes these blocker bets are.
Oh, wow! Wow, good fold, Michael. I'm definitely paying you $20 on that board.
Yeah. Well, I think if Rosie wasn't
If Rosie's
behind,
not behind him,
he's
yep.
probably calling there.
He's like,
but
one of us has to call him.
Yeah.
One of you has me beat.
He knows that it's a kicker. You know, if he had a hand like King Queen, King Jack.
Yeah, better kicker.
Yeah, better kicker. He can maybe make the call there. And I think we're down to our last 1 or 2 hands.
Probably a couple of
Again, for those of you in the chat, thank you for joining the Poker House Dallas live stream, our impromptu 1-2-500 cap game this evening, this Friday. Again, if you're new to the chat, like, subscribe, all our social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. I don't even know if those are all the social media platforms.
Yeah.
I just
That sounds
named
good. We
all
just-
the ones that I know
those are
of.
words.
Yeah. So,
I don't drink beer, wine, coffee, tea, or energy. I don't drink tea or energy drinks,
do
but
you drink water? I mean, like, you don't drink anything?
I live on beer
No,
and
just kidding.
coffee.
I definitely drink coffee. Oh, G-Man with Queens looking to make some of the under the gun with the straddle, picking up. That's one of the last few hands.
Beautiful. Beautiful hand to wake up with on the straddle. 99% water.
Here's the thing: a lot of players think he may be squeezing here, knowing that we're getting towards the end of the stream. I can see Cody calling here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Cody's called pretty light a lot of times this evening.
I'm surprised Matt called, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a very good hand. That
Well, 9-7, he just picked up a huge pot
that's
with
true.
a boat.
That's true. Maybe looking for lightning to strike twice.
7.
Yeah.
That might get him in trouble. Top pair now. Unless he can hit a 7 or a 9 again. High hand payouts for tomorrow. I don't have
know.
those in front of me.
Do they update that? I have no idea, to be honest with you.
They update it every day.
Yeah. I mean, I know. Okay, let me phrase that.
Yeah.
I know they update it, but do they post it like in Poker Atlas or any social media platform?
I don't think so. I
Okay.
think it's just on. I just think you have to be in house to know it.
Yeah. So, Jose,
Now-
unfortunately, I can't let you I don't
Yeah.
know the high hand payouts.
At the beginning of, you know what?
Look at this gangster move.
Wow, 600 all in to call. I mean, G-Man just says, okay, I guess I go home
And
broke.
this is a tough spot. I'm gonna tell you why.
Sets?
Yeah, sets. He's got all the sets. May have a hand like 5-6 suited. Here's the thing. Garrett thinks like me, right? And he's thinking, crap. Like, what is he check raising me with here out of the small blind?
Yeah.
You know.
What did he check call with pre-flop?
Right.
Pocket 3s, pocket 4s, pocket 7s.
Again, 5-6 suited is a hand. So there's not a lot of hands that he beats.
And this is why I call too much, because stuff like this happens.
Yeah.
You know, I know these guys overvalue one pair.
You know, Mac putting Garrett on a hand like maybe ace king, ace queen.
Mac is not bluffing,
Yeah.
which is another reason G-Man might fold, because Mac thinks he has the best hand. So when he's going for physical reads, he's going, oh, he's got it.
Right.
He's oh, he does call because, you know, he's just done with this game. And except for
let's see what
3
kind
of
of
his
run
5 outs are dead, so he only has 2 outs left. Yep.
It's a big hand for Garrett.
Big hand for Garrett. Now it makes him feel better about it.
Recovers nicely.
That'll take the sting out a
Yeah.
little bit. And again, I love Garrett's play. Shoving when the guy shoved out of turn, and then you shove back at him as a bluff, and you know, so I love that play anyway. What'd he say?
He said he didn't make the correct call.
Oh. So Garrett's a little salty.
One more hand.
Oh, you know what? Mac was about to buy in for another 500, and he heard it was the last hand, so he put his money back in his
No,
pocket.
I still think he gave money.
did
'Cause
he?
I think he's still going to play even off the stream.
Yeah, stay there. We're gonna take away my $150 deck, and you guys can continue to play.
Okay, for the record, even the non RFID cards are still pretty expensive.
They are.
Action is on seat 8.
Garrett with a much big double up there. Doesn't look. Oh, never mind.
There's probably a straddle, and he didn't put it in, so
Gotcha.
he had to go back. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Rosie straddled, and he didn't put it in,
See if Rosie
so he
gets
had to
it
go
in.
back.
Rosie just like rips it.
He's like, whatever, I got an ace and a let's go.
5 players.
I thought you meant Mac for a second.
Action's on 6. He checks. 7 checks. 8 checks. 9 checks.
Rosie with the best hand.
The bottom pair is the
Yeah.
best hand. Bottom pair, no kicker. That's the
See on
best
the
hand
turn?
right now.
Let's get the face card. King of Hearts. G-Man with the top pair. And a flush draw, although it is the 4 hearts.
Right.
I think he'll take this down.
Jonathan's not doing anything. The open ender called. I missed. He snapped, missed, said I'm
Yeah.
done. All right, guys. So that's it for today. I'm gonna turn down the chat. What I will do, let's pull up this screen,
Right.
and there's us.
Hey.
So you were asking about the high hands. Let's just take a few minutes and look over the schedule we have going on. A couple of new tournaments. Sunday,
Yep.
we're having a 10K guaranteed tournament, $125 buy-in,
Turbo structure.
turbo, 10-minute
10-minute
levels,
blinds.
30K starting stack.
So that's a pretty decent starting stack for a turbo.
It's a great starting stack.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it worth playing.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of recreational players. We had keep firing. Cameras on.
Pew, pew, pew.
What's up, Craig? So
Yeah, I know. Like Chris, like I'm not a big fan of turbos, but for that buy-in, for that guarantee, that's pretty solid.
So here's a twist that you might like. One of our regular players, Armand Smith, is kind of sponsoring this tournament, and he's bringing a bunch of his coworkers in. He said he found out a bunch of his coworkers like poker. He wants to bring them in, so it's going to be a bunch of recreational players playing a $125 buy-in tournament with a 10K starting stack. Thank you, Captain Underpairs. Now, here's what I wanted to say. This was updated. I update this on Sunday for the week. So these have changed. If somebody won throughout the week, that's not going to be accurate. So that's my disclaimer. These high hands are the 1500 from 10 to 11 might have hit. I don't know. Not the blind length. Maybe the structure's great. The structure is not great. This is not designed for the grinder poker player. This is designed for the recreational player who wants to come in, have a huge chip stack, and play for 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
You know, this is not designed for you. That being said, it'll be a great tournament for you because there's going to be a whole bunch of recreational players that are just going to come over here and gamble it up. Armand said, I've got a bunch of coworkers who love playing poker, and I want to introduce them to poker. Can we have a fun tournament, low buy-in, big guarantee, lots of chips? And I said, I like all of those words, but that will last all day, so we have to either increase the admin fee to pay for it, to pay for all the dealers, or we have to decrease the blind level. And he said, oh, definitely decrease the blind level. Let's make it 10-minute levels. You know, so it's going to be fun regardless. And another thing I don't like that we are going to do is at break, when registration closes, there's a $100 add-on for 45,000 chips.
I was not aware of that.
Huge chip stack, 45,000. I don't like that, but he wants to do it, and it's his friends and coworkers that are coming. So
And he's pretty much
said, okay.
guaranteeing the guarantee for
So and that's the other thing. When he said, hey, I want you to do this and this and this, and I said, hey, that all sounds great. Who's going to guarantee that 10K on a $100 tournament? And he goes, no, I will. No. Oh, snap. All
Yeah,
right.
so-
Well, let's continue this conversation. So he's putting up the 10K to make sure that it's a successful tournament. So we're doing it his way.
Definitely probably talk to him afterwards, kind of give him suggestions how we can structure that tournament.
For sure.
I totally get the small buy-in and then the add-on and
Yep.
the small, because he wants to keep it, but keep it kind of small, keep it not significantly long on a Sunday. People can go to
Yep.
work on Monday. So I understand it. It makes sense.
Yeah.
So, but we can talk to him about structure on Sunday.
And that being said, we've had the last 3 weeks we've been running a big buy-in tournament on Sundays, and it hasn't.
Some days it kicks off. Some Sundays
sometimes
it does.
it kicks off, sometimes it doesn't. So you can see those guys playing in the background. while we're
45K
watching
for
the score.
$100, correct? For the add-on.
45K for $100 all goes to the prize pool. No admin fee on that. So it's a 125 buy-in for a 30K starting stack at the second break,
Right.
which is 2 hours into the tournament. You get 45K for so you get a stack and a half for $100.
Yeah, I mean,
Basically.
I'm just buying at the break, depending on what blind level it is. And
You'll get 7.5 blinds.
Oh, never mind.
It's horrible.
Okay.
I'm telling you, the structure's bad.
Yeah.
It's not designed for you grinders at all.
Yeah.
It's not designed for people with a 12%.
And that's
VPIP.
one of the things we wanted to be upfront about.
Yeah. I love transparency. It's not for the grinders. It's for the people who want to come out and have a good time and gamble it away. That's why that's why the price point is low with a big guarantee, though. So I really like that. And the other thing that you will love and have a blast is tomorrow, 10 a.m. tag team tournament.
Yep.
$125 buy-in, $50 re-entry if you want to get back into it. It's going to be super fun. Bring a friend. We're going to live stream the final table. If you did not watch the live stream yesterday, jump on, scroll back to yesterday, and watch that ambassador game we did. That was the most fun we've had in a couple of months. I mean, that was such a good stream.
Right.
And we're gonna
100%.
Yeah, we're gonna do that every month. I think at a different place. Might not be live streamed if we go to a place that doesn't have the RFID technology, but we're gonna have fun anyway. It's a good time.
I'll be here tomorrow. I may or may not play, but I'm a free agent right now, so
If you need a partner, come on down.
free. Eddie Bat, the agent sensation, will be a free agent tomorrow morning. So we'll see if somebody wants to play. I also depends on what kind of mood I'm in. So we'll see.
Right on. Do you think, if you were going to set the line, what do you think the odds are that Chris Mays and Randy show up as partners?
I would bet the under.
I'll take the under.
I'll take the under.
Oh, she was so mad at him yesterday when we blew the buzzer and she gets to the table and all of her chips are in the middle and she looks down at Jack 4.
Yeah.
And busts out and has to buy in again. She's like, I didn't. Chris was classy and gave her the $50 to re-enter the tournament, though. That was fun. So
the whole purpose of that tournament was to just build camaraderie,
it was
unite some of these local DFW rooms. So
I wonder if there's a way I can pause this. I can't pause this.
I don't think you can. Yeah.
So if you guys are looking through, you can pause this. We tried running the PLO double board bomb pots. It was great turnout for the first 3 or 4 events, and then it kind of died away. So we're going to remove those and replace them with something fun if you want. The 10 a.m. double board bomb pots. Our best tournament still is Wednesday's $100 event, Katie's game. We stream that final table. $100. It gets like 60 people.
Right.
It's super fun. Thursday we have the Chris Mays Classic $200 buy-in, and then Fridays. What's happening, Michael? We're going to Twin Peaks after this, or maybe Bombshells again. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Right on. We're just finishing up the stream right now, so we'll catch you. Excellent. Perfect. All right,
Sounds
we'll
good.
find you, Michael.
Thanks, Mike.
Minnesota Mike, that's my guy from Minnesota, came down to as a traveling dealer.
And I think we need to just, before you leave, we need to update, probably take out the high hand stuff because we don't have to.
Yeah, you don't
see
need
it.
that. I'll crop that out. Yeah, I'll crop that out so it won't be on the next time. And then obviously we haven't talked about it at all tonight. Danielle's birthday bash,
Yep.
$150,000 guarantee, $500 buy-in. We've been running satellites for 4 weeks now, and we have 42 people. We average 10 people a week advancing, which is we're averaging 50 people a week
I think last
coming
week
to
was
play.
like 15 or 16. Not last week, but I remember
Yep.
it's 1 and 5. 1 and 4.
Yeah, it's 1 and 5. It's 20%. That's Tuesday night. We have a satellite every Tuesday night. We have 42 people already advancing to the tournament. We also do the flips, the Eddie flips.
Yeah.
$60 Eddie flips. If you want to see a fun Eddie flip, last Tuesday, one of the guys in the satellite
was playing the satellite, won a seat during the satellite, and then won a flip while he was playing the satellite.
Yep. He was multi-tabling, which doesn't happen often in live casinos. Yeah. So that's going to be 6 flights, October 20, 21, 22, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 10 a.m., 4 p.m., 40K starting stack, 30-minute levels. We're streaming every flight. After the break, after registration closes, we'll start streaming flights A, B, C, D, E, F, all of day 2. You come back in the money on day 2. Min cash will probably be around $1,100, something like that. The exciting part about that is the multi-bag. If you bag a second time, you get $3,000 cash.
Which is really unheard of in the tournament.
It's big. It's large. Last time at the Summer Jam, it was $1,000, and I don't think anybody attempted. Yeah. And I told them that's too small, and they went, okay, let's ramp it up to 3,000. Wow, that's too big. That's too big. So, but they're doing it $3,000 for a multi-bag. You can make $15K before day 2.
Right.
So there's the stream right now, ABCDEF, 10 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Restart on Sunday at like 1 o'clock. I mean, it's a really late restart.
Right.
So you can get your sleep in if you're a poker player. Just a reminder, with every tournament, come in and pre-register. Play 1 hour before the tournament. If it starts at 6 o'clock, you play from 5 to 6 for free. If it starts at 10 o'clock, you play from 9 to 10 for free. Great value.
Right.
So
Very excited about that tournament. Definitely going to be playing this one. Maybe if we're going to fire a couple of bullets.
you can play, we'll find somebody to get in the commentators booth.
Yeah, so
So the stream, the last thing to talk about is a live stream schedule. Mondays, we don't do anything,
I don't think so.
right? Tuesdays,
Probably going to have another 1-2 game.
1-2 game, $500 max
Yeah.
buy-in. Wednesday, Katie Games final table. Thursday, Duck stream.
Duck stream, okay.
Ducks stream.
Yeah. Maybe take Friday off.
Friday, we might take Friday off.
You may take Friday off or maybe do
Yeah,
this
you don't
again
want to
next
get burned out. Maybe if you want to, it won't be hard to get a 1-2 game going
Yeah.
again, which is super fun. And then we're back to Saturday, which is Pedro's game.
Yep.
He's got a 2-5 game.
Okay. Is that going to be and that's going to be the VPIP game? Maybe, maybe
We
not.
have to clean that up a little
Yeah.
bit. It'll be something. If we have a long list and we need to get people on it, we'll have to do something to do it.
Okay.
I mean, maybe we'll do a flip or something, and whoever wins the flip has to leave. I don't know. We'll figure out a way to
Okay.
do it if we have a long alternate list.
Yeah.
And then Sunday, Next Gen Poker, the kids.
Yep.
Coming in, TikTok famous, and they play every day. All of our streams start at 6. Most of them go till 10.
Unless it's the final table.
Final table, final tables start at 10, go till midnight, whatever.
9, 10,
you know,
1
whenever
o'clock,
we get there, we
So
get there.
we get there.
That's it. Anything else?
No, that's it. So
Oh.
for those of you still in the chat, thank you for joining us this Friday evening. We look forward to seeing you guys in the chat again, Tim, soon. So
Yeah.
on behalf
We are
of-
streaming the tournament tomorrow.
Yeah,
The
the-
final table.
the final table for the
tag team.
280.
That's going to be so fun.
Yeah.
Get down here, play from 9 to 10 for free,
Yeah.
and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Sounds good.